we have individuals thinking that they righteous and things like that. But how you righteous when y'all looked at, he dealt with us as a nation, not as individuals.
And that's what I stated earlier in this conversation with Sister Abby. We're not just dealing with a few people. We're dealing with a nation. The Almighty going to come and save us all. And when he comes and save us all, we all going to know who he is, and the enemy going to know who he is. So that glory goes only to him. We waiting on him to be saved, all of us. When in Exodus, it didn't say, well, Moses and Aaron started crying. That ain't what it says. The scripture says he heard the cry of the people, all the people that cried. And he seen the affliction of the people, not just the affliction of Moses and Aaron, but the affliction of the people. Thus, he remembered his covenant, showed respect unto them, and came and saved them out of Egypt. And then we find in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, that he will do those people in that time the same as he did their fathers when he brought them out of Egypt. So there's only one way of salvation. There's only one plan of salvation written throughout the Holy Scripture, and it is based on the promise that he made with his friend Abraham. It is never made based on what we do. As my brother Yamin was trying to state with Deuteronomy 9, it lets us know we never enter the land because of our righteousness, because our fathers were rebellious, not in Egypt, but in the wilderness. If there isn't any other comments or questions, we're about to go ahead and get started. I got a lot of reading to do. So, again, today's presentation will be called A History of Israel After Captivity. Our brother Yamin Israel will read Psalms 33 and Psalms 34 for us all. I'll come back, reintroduce the presentation, and we'll get right into it. Are you ready, my brother Yamin?
Yes, sir.
All right, you got the mic.
Shalom, everyone. As our brother stated, we would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 33, please. That is Psalms 3:3. It reads, rejoice in Yahweh, O ye righteous, for praise is comely for the upright. Hallelujah with harp, sing unto him with psaltery, and an instrument of 10 strings. Sing unto him a new song. Play skillfully with a loud noise. For the word of Yahweh is right, and all his works are done in truth. He loveth righteousness and judgment. The earth is full of the goodness of Yahweh. By the word of Yahweh were the heavens made, and all the host of them by the breath of his mouth. He gathered the waters of the sea together as an heap. He layeth up the depth in storehouses. Let all the earth fear Yahweh. Let the inhabitants of the world stand in awe of him. For he spake, and it was done. He commanded, and it stood fast. Yahweh bringeth the counsel of the heathen to naught. He maketh the devices of the people of none effect. The counsel of Yahweh standeth forever, the thoughts of his heart to all generations. Blessed is the nation whose Elohim is Yahweh, and the people whom he hath chosen for his own inheritance. Yahweh looketh from heaven, he beholdeth all the sons of men. From the place of his habitation he looketh upon all the inhabitants of the earth. He fashioneth their hearts alike, he considereth all their works. There is no king saved by the multitude of an host. A mighty man is not delivered by his much strength. And horse is a vain thing for safety. Neither shall he deliver any by his great strength. Behold, the eye of Yahweh is upon them that fear him, upon them that hope in his mercy, to deliver their soul from death, and to keep them alive in famine. Our soul waited for Yahweh. He is our help and our shield. For our heart shall rejoice in him, because we have trusted in his holy name. Let thy mercy, O Yahweh, be upon us, according as we hope in thee. Hallelujah. As our beloved brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 34, please. That is Psalms 3:4. It reads, I will bless Yahweh at all times. His praise shall continually be in my mouth. My soul shall make her boast in Yahweh. The humble shall hear thereof and be glad. O magnify Yahweh with me, and let us exalt his name together. I sought Yahweh, and he heard me, and delivered me from all my fears. They looked unto him, and were lightened, and their faces were not ashamed. This poor man cried, and Yahweh heard him, and saved him out of all his troubles. The angel of Yahweh encamped round about them that fear him, and delivereth them. O taste and see that Yahweh is good. Blessed is the man that trusteth in him. O fear Yahweh, ye his saints, for there is no want to them that fear him. The young lions do lack and suffer hunger, but they that seek Yahweh shall not want any good thing. Come, ye children, hearken unto me. I will teach you the fear of Yahweh. What man is he that desireth life, and loveth many days, that he may see good? Keep thy tongue from evil, and thy lips from speaking guile. Depart from evil, and do good. Seek peace, and pursue it. The eyes of Yahweh are upon the righteous, and his ears are open unto their cry. The face of Yahweh is against them that do evil, to cut off the remembrance of them from the earth. The righteous cry, and Yahweh heareth, and delivereth them out of all their troubles. Yahweh is nigh unto them that are of a broken heart, and saveth such as be of a contrite spirit. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but Yahweh delivereth him out of them all. He keepeth all their bones, not one of them is broken. Evil shall slay the wicked, and they that hate the righteous shall be desolate. Yahweh redeemeth the soul of his servants, and none of them that trust in him shall be desolate. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. And Shalom, Israel. Hallelujah. And Shalom, Israel. Today's presentation will be called A History of Israel After Captivity. And we will use this presentation, as we use all our presentations, to confirm every word that we find in our Holy Scriptures, and to make a distinction between, or a difference between, what our fathers did and what our brothers and sisters call themselves doing this day. We truly can make a distinction and show what our fathers, our brothers and sisters doing today is not written in our Holy Scriptures. And we are to witness for our Creator. We are to confirm. We are to cry out loud according to every word that proceeded out of his mouth. We are not to add, nor are we to diminish out of all that Yahweh has said. So this presentation will allow us to see, according to time and place, how Yahweh dealt with his children when he brought them out of captivity. And when we look at this history and understand this history and believe this history and know this history, we should readily see that we are not in those times, nor do we find ourselves in that place. So again, today's presentation will be called A History of Israel After Captivity. Before we get started, I would like to give praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying hallelujah. And I would also like to ask the Creator to allow the words of our mouth and the meditation of my heart to be acceptable in his sight. Yahweh, our Redeemer. Yahweh, our strength and our Redeemer. Before we get started in this great presentation, I would like to warn the listening audience by way of wisdom that they may lend an ear, that they may hear, that they may trust in Yahweh and fear him and depart from evil. Thus, let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures to the book of wisdom. This book is called the Book of Ecclesiastes. Let us all open up our Holy Scriptures to the book of Ecclesiastes, and let's turn to the 8th division, or the 8th chapter. And please, at this time, get yourself in Holy Scripture, a pen and a piece of paper, that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that I will give today on this great subject matter, which is called, again, A History of Israel After Captivity. Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter, please. And it tells us by way of wisdom. And please mark these words, because these words of wisdom, just like those Psalms that our brother Yamin Israel just read, they all connect. They are all very important in understanding this great history that we're about to display. Thus, it tells us in Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter, who is as the wise man? And who knows the interpretation of a thing? That thing could be captivity, it could be life. A man's wisdom make his face to shine, and the boldness of his face shall be changed. Note the second verse. It reads, I counsel thee to keep the king's commandment, and that in regard of the oath of Elohim. It reads again in the second verse, I counsel thee to keep the king's commandment, and that in regard of the oath of Elohim. This is wisdom speaking. Be not hasty to go out of his sight. Stand not in an evil thing, for he does whatsoever pleases him. And that's any king. Where the word of a king is, there is power. And who may say unto him, what doest thou? Whoso keeps the commandment shall feel no evil thing. And a wise man's heart, discerns both time and judgment. The wise, that is. Because to every purpose there is time and judgment. And that's why your brother loved to teach, to study this book according to time and place. It continues to tell us in the 6th verse of the 8th chapter of Ecclesiastes, because to every purpose there is time and judgment. Therefore, the misery of man is great upon him. For he knows not that which shall be. For who can tell him when it shall be? There is no man that has power over the spirit to retain the spirit, neither has he power in the day of death. And there is no discord, casting off of weapons in that war, neither shall wickedness deliver those that are given to it. All this have I seen, and applied my heart to every work that is done under the sun. There is a time wherein one man rules over another to his own hurt. And so I saw the wicked buried, and who had come and gone from the place of the holy. And they were forgotten in the city where they had so done. This is also vanity. Because sentence against an evil work, the scripture says, he that defiled the Sabbath day shall die. Well, here it says, because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil. Though a sinner do evil 100 times, and his days be prolonged, yet surely I know that it shall be well with them, note, that fear Elohim, which fear before him. It's going to be well for them. That's what Yahweh requires. It reads in the 13th verse, but it shall not be well with the wicked, neither shall he prolong his days, which are as a shadow. Why? Why is his days as a shadow? It reads in the last sentence of the 13th verse of Ecclesiastes 8, because he feared not before Yahweh. There is a vanity which is done upon the earth, that there be just men, and to whom it happens according to the work of the wicked. Again, there be wicked men to whom it happens according to the work of the righteous. I said that this also is vanity. Then I commended merit because a man has no better thing under the sun than to eat and to drink and to be merry. For that shall abide with him of his labor, the days of his life, which Yahweh give him under the sun. When I apply my heart to know wisdom and to see the business that is done upon the earth, for also there is that neither day nor night see sleep with his eye. Then I beheld all the work of Elohim, that a man cannot find out the work that is done under the sun. Because though a man labor to seek it out, yet he shall not find it. Yea, further, though a wise man think to know it, yet shall he not be able to find it. And one more place, well, there's two more places I would love to read out of this great book of wisdom, which is Ecclesiastes, is the 9th chapter. Thus, it tells us in the 9th chapter of Ecclesiastes to warn us that we lend an ear, that we may hear these great words of history. It says, for all this I consider in my heart, even to declare all this, that the righteous and the wise and their works are in the hand of Elohim. No man knows either love or hatred by all that is before them. All things come alike to all. There is one event to the righteous. There's only one path of salvation. Yahweh is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. All that he said would truly come to pass. And when we search these holy scriptures, we find that there is only one path of redemption. There is only one path of salvation. Thus it tells us in the 2nd verse of the 9th chapter of Ecclesiastes, all things come alike to all. There is one event to the righteous and to the wicked, to the good and to the clean, and to the unclean, to him that sacrifice and to him that sacrifice not. As is the good, so is the sinner. And he that swear as he that fears an oath. This is an evil among all things that are done under the sun. That there is one event into all. Yea, also the heart of the sons of man is full of evil, and madness is in their hearts while they live, and after that they go to the dead. For to him that is joined it to all the living, there is hope, for a living dog is better than a dead lion. For the living know that they shall die, but the dead know not anything, neither have they any more a reward. For the memory of them is forgotten. Also, their love and their hatred and their envy is now perished. Neither have they any more a portion forever in anything that is done under the sun. Go thy way, eat thy bread with joy, and drink thy wine with a merry heart. For Yahweh now accept thy works. Let thy garment be always white, and let thy head lack no ointment. Live joyfully with the wife whom thou lovest all the days of the life of thy vanity, which he hath given thee under the sun, all the days of thy vanity, for that is thy portion in this life, and in thy labor which thou takest under the sun. Whatsoever thy hand find to do, do it with thy might, for there is no work, nor device, nor knowledge, nor wisdom in the grave, whither thou goes. I returned and saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet bread to the wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding, nor yet favor to men of skill. But no, time and chance happens to them all. For man also knows not his time, as the fishes that are taken in an evil net, and as the birds that are caught in the snare. So are the sons of men snared in an evil time, when it falls suddenly upon them. This wisdom have I seen also under the sun, and it seemed great unto me. There was a little city, and few men within it. And there came a great king against it, and besieged it, and built great bulwarks against it. Now there was found in it a poor wise man, and he by his wisdom delivered the city. Yet no man remembered that same poor man. Then said I, wisdom is better than strength. Nevertheless, the poor man's wisdom is despised, and his words are not heard. The words of wise men are heard in quiet more than the cry of him that rules among fools. Wisdom is better than weapons of war, but one sinner destroys much good. Also, I would love to read what is found in the 10th chapter of Ecclesiastes, the 20th verse. Let us turn there, please. And we find written, curse not the king, no, not in thy thought, and curse not the rich in thy bed chambers. No, for a bird of the air shall carry the voice, and that which have wings shall tell the matter. So it allows us to know to be respectful to the kings, whoever the king is ruling over you, because a little bird might carry that thought to him. And as we read in the 9th chapter, or the 8th chapter, that king do as he wills. So many times you will find yourself being killed because of the animosity or the thought that you have against the king. And in closing, in the book of Ecclesiastes, I would just like to state these few words to open up our presentation. And it tells us in the 12th chapter of Ecclesiastes, And I would like to read the 9th and the 10th verse. Ecclesiastes, the 12th chapter. And it tells us in the 9th and 10th verse to close our way of warning by the book of wisdom. It tells us in Ecclesiastes, the 12th chapter, the 9th and 10th verse, and it reads, and moreover, because the preacher was wise, he still taught the people knowledge. Yea, he gave good heed and sought out a lot of studies and set in order many proverbs. And we're going to set these books in order. We're going to show the history that is found written in our Holy Scriptures. The preacher sought to find out acceptable words, and that which was written. Note the acceptable words. The acceptable words could never be your opinion. The acceptable words could never be giving Yahweh the benefit of the doubt. The acceptable words could never be do the best you can. But as the preacher has stated, according to the 10th verse, the preacher sought to find out acceptable words, and he letting you know what is accepted. It reads, and that which was written was upright, even words of truth. Well, let's get into these great words of truth. Before I start reading the scriptures, because many of us have our Holy Scripture, we just don't know what we have read. We don't know, according to time and place, what it says. So before I give the scriptures, I want to give some notes that have been studied, and these notes dealing with the history of Israel come by way of a historian by the name of Jonas C. Greenfield. Jonas C. Greenfield. And it tells us, dealing with this historian, Jonas C. Greenfield, before I speak on or read his discovery and his studying, I would like to also start off with another historian whose name is Harrell F. Beck. Harrell, Harrell F. Beck. And I am using him first to pick up on the history. One second. On the history of the fall of Samaria. Samaria was the north of the land of Canaan. So we're going to pick up on his report dealing with the fall of Samaria and the decline of Yehudah and the fall of Jerusalem. And then we will display the report from Jonas C. Greenfield. But right now, this is being recorded, and it is a report coming from Harrell, if I'm saying that first name right, Harrell F. Beck. And through his study, it reads, dealing with the fall of Samaria. And I need to read these things. That way, later on, you can study this recording and you have all this information recorded. It speaks about the fall of Samaria. And please bear with me when it comes to these names. It tells us the first half of the 8th century. And we are bringing forth this presentation according to time and place. Even though these dates is going to be recorded, I still need you to pay attention to the dates that are given, for it allows us to know time and place. And during the BC era, the time came down. It doesn't go as it does today. And what I mean by coming down, if it was the 10th century, then you had the 9th, the 8th, the 7th, the 6th, the 5th, the 4th, the 3rd, and so on. Not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's it's called the Common Era, CA. Right now we are dealing with BC. Thus it tells us, dealing with the fall of Samaria, the first half of the 8th century was a time of general peace in the Near East. Egypt had fallen into decline. Assyria was not yet ready to undertake the building of a new empire, though strong enough to hold the attention of Damascus and turn it away from Israel. In such circumstances, Jehoram II, which was dated 782, and his reign was 782 to 753, was able to reestablish international trade in Israel, and wealth began to pour into that country. It was during the last years of Rehoboam's prosperous reign that Amos came from the south to announce the intimate downfall of Israel. His proclamation, was based on the conviction that greed and social injustice were about to bring Elohim judgment on Israel. He deplored the concentration of wealth in the hands of monarchs, nobilities, and upper classes, and lamented the poverty and injustice which prevailed among the masses. So these things are telling us why the fall of Samaria. It continues to tell us in 745, under the strong rule of Tiglath-Pileser III, the Assyrians began their move west in search of an empire. Out of the confusion following the death of Jehoram II, Menahem, 752 to 741, gained political control in Israel. When the Assyrian force moved south along the Mediterranean, he temporarily saved his country from invasion by paying tribute to the Assyrian Empire. And we can find these things in the scriptures. Menahem was succeeded by his son Pekela, 722, and he reigned all the way to 739, who was slain by Pekah in 740, and he reigned all the way to 731. The new king of Israel joined it with reason of Samaria, and you can find this encounter in the 6th chapter and the 7th chapter of Isaiah. In an attempt to stop Assyrian encroachment on their territories, the two tried unsuccessfully to force Ahaz of Yehuda to join them. But the whole resistant effort failed, and Ahaz subsequently appealed to the Assyrian emperor for protection. Tegla-Pileser captured Damascus in 732 and established sovereignty over Gilead and Transjordan. The Assyrians supported Hosea in 732 in his bid for the Israelite throne. After killing Pekah, he became the last king of Israel as a puppet of Tegla-Pileser III. And then Shalamar the fifth, when he joined a plot with Egypt against Assyria. The new Assyrian ruler retailed it with vigor and besieged Samaria for 3 years. It continues to tell us scholars differ on whether the city actually fell to Shalamar in 723, as implied in 2 Kings, the 17th chapter, the 3rd to the 6th verse, or to his successor, Sargon II in 721, as claimed by the Sargon in a later inscription. At any rate, Sargon followed up the capture by scattering a large part of the population of Israel, the 10 lost tribes, among other provinces of Assyria, and in their place settled Assyrians and others from his empire. Then it speaks about the decline of Yehuda. The prosperous reign of Jehoram II in the north was paralleled by the long rule of Azaniah, son of Azaniah, or Uzziah, in the south, 792. His successor was Jotham, 740, and Ahaz, 732. Apparently, Ahaz assumed the actual rule of Yehuda in 735, while his father was still living, and as already noted, was confronted with the demands of Pekah and reason that Yehuda joined Israel in Syria and resisting Assyria. Ahaz refused and unhappily sought the protection of the Assyrians monarch. Later, after the fall of Israel, Ahaz was obliged to pay annual tribute to the Assyrian ruler, though officially the Yehuda kingdom retained its independence. Ahaz was succeeded by his son Hezekiah, 1716, whom we know rather well in connection with the ministry of Isaiah. Hezekiah joined other rulers in a widespread Near Eastern revolt against the Assyrians' authority. In response, Sennacherib, who succeeded Sargon as Assyrian emperor in 705, began to stamp out the rebellion. His forces marched across Yehuda, captured 46 of her cities, and set siege at Jerusalem itself in 701. Apparently, a plague among the Assyrian troops forced their withdrawal, and Jerusalem was spared, though much of the Yehudians' wealth had already been taken. Assyrian emperor power reigned triumphantly for the next 75 years under Esarhaddon, 680, and Ashurbanipal, 668. Assyrian influence dominated the political and religious life of the Yehudanites. Manasseh, 687, and his son Amon, rulers of Yehuda, were obliged to promote the worship. Please take note what was going on and why Yahweh did what he did to our people. It says, were obliged to promote the worship of the gods of the Assyrians, even in the temple of Yahweh in Jerusalem. Then we have the fall of Jerusalem. From about 630, Assyrian power declined rapidly. Saxons and Medes moved against her from the north and the east, and the Babylonians from the south. In 612, the Babylonians captured Nineveh, the Assyrian capital. In Yehuda, Josiah, 641 BC, Amon's son and successor undertook a series of reforms, beginning in 622, in an attempt to bring Yehuda back to the worship of Yahweh and to reassert Yehuda political independence. And you can find these truths in 2 Kings, the 22nd and 23rd chapter. Josiah destroyed Assyrian idols and pagan shrines throughout Yehuda and declared the temple, please take note, at Jerusalem, the only legitimate center for offering sacrifices to Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel. The fall of Assyria seemed to Pharaoh Necho of Egypt to be an opportunity to reassert Egyptian control over Southwest Asia. Undoubtedly, he was also troubled over the rapid rise of Babylonian power. In 609, when Neo marched north toward Syria, he was confronted at Megiddo by Josiah, who was killed there in the ensuing battle. One of Josiah's sons, Jehoiakim, 609 BC, was put on the throne at Jerusalem by Necho, the Egyptian. Another, Jehoahaz, whom the Yehudanites had crowned, was carried captive into Egypt. Predictably, the Babylonians and the Egyptians' forces joined battle at Carmisha on the upper Euphrates in 605. Nebuchadnezzar defeated Necho, and Babylon became mistress of the Near East. Shortly after, Jehoiakim of Yehuda, confident that Egypt would support him, led a revolt against Nebuchadnezzar. The Babylonian king marched against Jerusalem, and Jehoiakim died, perhaps slain by his own men. Nebuchadnezzar's forces captured Jehoiakim's son, Jehoiakim, the son of Jehoiakim. He and a number of other Yehudanite princesses, numerous priests, military officers, and artisans, and significant elements of the upper classes of Yehuda society were carried off to Babylon. Zedekiah, 597, a third son of Josiah, was made puppet king in Jerusalem. In due course, Zedekiah also rebelled against the Babylonian authority. Nebuchadnezzar retaliated with fury. The major forces of Yehuda were captured and burned. For 30 months, 588 to 586, the Babylonians besieged Jerusalem, and the city suffered tragically. And you can find that description in the book of Lamentations. When the Babylonians finally broke into the city, they leveled the walls and palaces, razed the temple to the ground. Zedekiah's sons were slain in front of him, and he himself was blinded and carried to Babylon in chains. The greater part of the population, please take note, of Jerusalem was taken into exile with him. Thus, the kingdom of David came to a tragic end. I need to add a little more to this recording, and then we'll jump straight in these scriptures to show by way of scripture all that I just introduced. Here is the report by a historian named Jonas C. Greenfield. And it tells us by this man's work, and it reads, the fall of Jerusalem in 586. Please take note when Jerusalem fell, because the Babylonian captivity was only supposed to be 70 years. It denoted the 70-year desolation. It denoted, and this time was given from the Israelites' defilement of the Sabbatical year, which denoted 70 years. Thus, the conviction, the term that Israel was to do was no longer than 70 years. Thus it reads, dealing with the exile, the fall of Jerusalem in 586 left political, social, and religious life disrupted throughout Yehuda. The temple was destroyed. All of the fortified cities were razed, and the ruling class and most artisans, that's just dealing with people with different crafts, were taken into exile. Yehuda was reorganized into a province of the Babylonian Empire, and a certain Gladiah was appointed governor. After ruling from Mizpeh, 8 miles north of Jerusalem, for 2 or 3 years, he was killed by a tool of the king of Ammon. 2 Kings 25, verse 22 to 25. Thereupon, many Hebrews fled to Egypt. Please take note what was going on. Taking Jeremiah with them against his will. And you can find this truth in Jeremiah, the 43rd chapter, the 5th and 6th verse. The Yehudans, or Yehuda colonies in Egypt had begun in the 7th century and were greatly augmented by refugees from the Babylonian assaults. The deportees from Yehuda were settled in various parts of Babylonia and were in all likelihood conscripted into public works, draining the land and building dams. Though many Hebrews adopted the Babylonian names, we know from texts of Persian's era that Hebrew names was preserved among them, a clear sign of national identification. It is quite possible that the very commercial and horticultural activities in which the Hebrews are known to have engaged during the Persian era had their beginnings in this period. During the reign of El Marduk, or evil Marduk, or Mordak, at 562, Nebuchadnezzar's successor, Jehoiakim, the Yehudite king, exiled in 597, was granted a regular gold from the royal treasure. You can find this truth in 2 Kings 25, verse 27 to 30. The beginnings of the diaspora, meaning the dispersion of Hebrews among the nations, are to be traced to this period, with the Yehudanites settled in the countries near Yehuda and along the Mediterranean coastline. The Edomites, note this, the Edomites, taking advantage of the situation, moved into much of South Yehuda. And you can find this truth in the book of Obadiah. Then it speaks about the return of Zion. The Neo-Babylonian Empire came to an end under Nabonidus 555, who neglected the security of the country and entrusted the actual role to his son, Belshazzar. Cyrus, the head of the Persian Confederation, conquered Babylon in 539, and that's when the building started. That's when the decree to build the temple started, and it lasted all the way to 515, as most people teach, and without difficulty annexed most of the Babylonian Empire. In 538, he issued an edict for the return of the Hebrew community to Yehuda and the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem. We will find this truth in Ezra 1:1-6. We know little of the initial return under Sheshbaz, a member of the Jehoiakim family, except that the rebuilding of the temple was begun. Ezra 1:7-11. He was followed as governor by his nephew, Zerubbabel, grandson of Jehoiakim, Ezra 3:1-7. The prophets Haggai and Zechariah greeted him as a Sikon, S-C-I-O-N, of David, which is none other than a heir to the throne or to his name. Cambus the second, 530, who succeeded his father, Cyrus, spread Persian rule to Egypt in 525. When he died, a period of unrest, upheaval began in the empire, and a pretender who claimed to be a son of Cyrus seized the throne. But Darius the first, 522, who reigned from 522 to 486, a member of the royal family, took control of the army, and after much struggle was established as ruler. With his permission, the rebuilding of the temple was continued. It was dedicated with great rejoicing in 515. Almost nothing is known of the Hebrews and the Palestinians, or the Hebrews in Palestine under Ahasuerus, or the first part of the reign of Artaxerxes, the first, Longinus, 465 to 424, except that friction between the Hebrews and the neighboring Edomites, the Arabs, and the officialdom of Samaria had developed. And we can find that truth in Ezra, the 4th chapter, the 6th to the 22nd verse. It is also clear that only a few Hebrews had returned, please take note, and a variable state had not developed. Dealing with the book of Nehemiah, and we're going to read these things. I have a few more words to read, and then we get right into the book and show all these things to be true. Dealing with the book of Nehemiah and Ezra, it says, according to the account written by Nehemiah himself, he was serving as an officer in the court of Artaxerxes the first, when a delegation of Hebrews led by his brother Hananiah informed him of conditions in Jerusalem, Nehemiah 1. In 445, Nehemiah received royal permission to go to Jerusalem and rebuild its walls. He was also appointed governor of Yehuda, a small district of about 1,000 square miles, centering primarily about Jerusalem. On arriving, he discovered powerful foes, including Sanballat, governor of the province of Samaria to the north, and Tobiah, governor of the province of Ammon to the east. Both had strong ties with the influential priest family of Jerusalem. We can find that truth in Nehemiah 2. Geshem and Er, chieftain to the south, was allied with them in trying to frustrate Nehemiah's plan. Nevertheless, Nehemiah was able to rebuild the walls and also to institute economic reforms in the country. Nehemiah 5 and 6. He persuaded the people to accept a covenant in which they undertook to live according to the Mosaic law, especially to observe the Sabbath. Please take note, when these things was reestablished among our people, when they got back in the land as commanded. And what was these things being reestablished? It says specifically to observe the Sabbath, enter into no more marriages with non-Hebrews, keep the Sabbathal year, and support the temple and its priesthood. Nehemiah 10, Nehemiah 13, 10 to 31. Nehemiah returned to the Persian court in 433. After a time, he came back to Jerusalem, and finding that his enemy, Tobiah and Sanballat, had achieved influential positions in the city again, drove them out along with their relatives, including a grandson of the high priest, El-Shabbat, Nehemiah 13:49 and verse 28. The beginnings of the breach between the beginning of the breach between the Yehudanites and the Sumerians must be traced to this period. Hananiah may have succeeded his brother, Nehemiah 7 and 2, but by 410, a Persian named Bagos was governor. Dealing with Ezra, the dating of Ezra coming to Jerusalem in the 7th year of Artaxerxes, Ezra 7 and 7, has traditionally been taken to refer to Artaxerxes I, making the date 458 BC, and placing Ezra in the city at the time of Nehemiah's arrival. Many scholars, however, have found reason to believe that the reference is to Artaxerxes II rather than to Artaxerxes I, and that therefore Ezra did not come to Jerusalem till 397, some years after the time of Nehemiah. According to Ezra 7, the Persian king, addressing Ezra by the official title scribe of the law of the Elohim of heaven, authorized him to lead a body of Hebrews resettling in Yehuda, make inquiry into religious conditions in the province, and institute the law of your Elohim as the law of the land. Soon after his arrival, Ezra ascribed the people of Jerusalem to read to them from the book of the law of Moses, Nehemiah 8, and secured their acceptance of it. Many scholars believe that the law presented by Ezra was the Torah, meaning the Pentateuch, in essentially complete form, and that its canonization dates from this time or soon afterwards. Ezra proceeded to concern himself with the problems of mixed marriages that had become prevalent among the people, including members of the high priestly family, Ezra 9 and 10. Going beyond Nehemiah, he insisted on the divorce and banishment of all foreign wives and their children. It tells us about those that ran into Egypt, refusing to be servants to Nebuchadnezzar. It says much information about the life of the Hebrews in Egypt during this period has been revealed by the discovery of many papyrus manuscripts on the Nile island of Elephantine near Syene, modern Assum. One of these, written in 401 BC, is a letter addressed to Bargas, the Persian governor of Yehuda, mentioned above, asking him to help the Hebrews of that community get permission to rebuild their temple, which had been built before Candace conquered Egypt in 525 BC and had been destroyed in 410 BC. From the pottery, we can trace the well-organized life of this Hebrew military garrison during the 5th century and study the social, legal, religious, and communal institutions. Though their religious institutions were Israelites and the holy days such as Passover was observed. We find some traces of Saxonism. The fate of Elephantine colony is unknown. The rest of the Persian period, during the greater part of the 4th century, we know only that Yehuda was a semi-autonomous commonwealth ruled by the high priests who levied taxes for the temple and were also allowed to mint coins. These coins bear the inscriptions YEHUD, handles of vessels used for collections of various levies with YEHUD and YERUSHALEM. And other inscriptions on them have been found in increasing numbers in recent excavations. Aramaic was the official language of the company or the country as part of the Persian Empire, and the Old Hebrew script was gradually replaced during this period by the Aramaic letters from which the modern Hebrew alphabet was developed. Alexander the Great, for this presentation, is called A History of Israel After Captivity, and it extends into the Greeks. Thus, I'll read this little bit about the Greeks, and it tells us, for we're going to find these truths in our book. It says, a decisive turning point in Yehuda history came with the victory of Alexander of Macedon over Darius III, Condormus at issues in 333 BC. The Persian Empire laid open before him for conquest. He marched victoriously down the Syrian Palestine coast, conquered the area, and met with resistance only in Tyre and Gaza. The Sumerians were granted permission to construct a temple on Mount Gerizim, but after they rebelled in 331 BC, Alexander returned from Egypt, quarreled the revolt, and resettled the city of Samaria as a Macedonian colony. Shechem, at the foot of Mount Gerizim, now became the center of the Sumerian Confederation, and excavations have traced its occupation from the last third of the 4th century into the late 2nd century. The coins found reflect predominant control in the 3rd century and Seleucus control in the 2nd. After the death of Alexander, 323 BC, his empire was divided among his generals. Syria and Mesopotamia came under the control of Seleucus I, while Palestine fell first to Ptolemy I of Egypt. After it changed hands 5 times from 323 to 301, the Ptolemaic ruled over Palestine until 198 BC, when the Seleucus ruler Antiochus III succeeded in joining it to his realm. It says, dealing with under the Ptolemaics, Yehuda, still limited in size, remained a self-governing unit, and there was no royal governor in Jerusalem, though troops were garrisoned in the country. Internal administrations laid in the hands of the high priests and a council of elders composed of laymen and priests. Yehuda was part of the planned economy developed by the Ptolemies. Movable property and cattle had to be declared for taxations, and tax farming was introduced. This was usually in the hands of the priestly aristocrats headed by the house of Annas. In the last third of the 3rd century, the Tobians, who governed Transjordan and were intermarried with the high priestly family, became the tax farmers for Yehuda. The house of Tobias rivaled the house of Annas for rule in Yehuda. Many Yehudians had been taken to Egypt as prisoners of war by Ptolemy I, and many more immigrated to Egypt during the 3rd century. Large settlements developed in Alexandria and other cities, and the Hebrews lived in their own communities and enjoyed a degree of self-rule. Greek papists attest to Hebrews serving in the army, engaged in agriculture as military settlers, leaseholders, field hands, and also in commerce and the handicrafts. In all likelihood, the Greek translation of the Torah, please take note, in all likelihood, the Greek translation of the Torah, which came to be known as the Septuagint, was undertaken with the sponsorship of Ptolemy II. Antiochus III, the conquest of Palestine by Antiochus III, brought Yehuda under Seleucus rule. Antiochus reaffirmed the rights of the Hebrews, exempt the elders and priests from taxes, and remitted the taxes of Jerusalemites for 3 years. He was defeated by the Romans at Manasseh in 190 BC, and decline set in for the Seleucus Empire. His death in 187 was followed by a domestic conflict that strongly afflicted the Yehudian state. Seleucus IV followed his father on the throne, but his reign was short, 187 BC to 175 BC, and his brother Antiochus IV, Ephesians, 175 BC to 163 BC, seized the throne. And in closing, it says, in Jerusalem, conflicting views over the future of Yehudanites in general and over the role of the high priest in particular had developed. A party of members of highly placed priestly families favored the Hellenization of the Greeks. of Jerusalem, which is included the establishment of Greek communities in Jerusalem and the creation of a gymnasium. Antiochus the fourth disposed Annas the third from the high priesthood and gave the position to Annas' brother, who was called by the Greek name Jason, 175 BC to 172 BC. He sold the position to Menelaus and exiled Janus or Jason to safeguard his position. Menelaus contrived the murder of Annas the third. That will be the end of the history lesson that I wanted to be recorded based on two different scholars dealing with the period of the Israelites coming up out of Babylon, going into their own land, being in the province of the Persians, which had over 127 provinces. Thus, let us turn our Holy Scriptures to Genesis, the 12th chapter. We're going to start from the beginning to show how we even became these people, and then we will show what the Almighty promised that will happen to these people, and that will allow us to know how we got into captivity. Right now, let us all please turn our scriptures to Genesis, the 12th chapter. Genesis, the 12th chapter. And it tells us in Genesis, the 12th chapter, if we read the first three verses. And it tells us in Genesis, the 12th chapter, the first to the third verse, now Yahweh has said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, into a land that I will show thee. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thy shall be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curse thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. Well, after these things were promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Jacob's name was changed to Israel. Thus, let us turn to the book of Leviticus, and let's see what was told Abraham, or what was told Israel after their fathers received this great divine blessing. Let us turn to Leviticus, the 26th chapter, please. Leviticus, the 26th chapter. And work our way through this history. Leviticus, the 26th chapter. We need to know how these things transpire, because many of us are reading this book and we saying that it's talking to us today, when it is speaking about a lot of history that has passed. Leviticus, the 26th chapter, please. And it reads in the 14th and 15th verse. It tells us to lead us history out to confirm. But if ye will not hearken unto me, and will not do all these commandments, And if ye shall despise my statutes, or if your soul abhor my judgments, so that ye will not do all my commandments, but that ye break my covenant. So it allows us to know how that covenant is broken. If they do not all, the covenant would be broken. Thus, it also tells us in this great chapter, if we take a look at the 34th verse, and it tells us in the 34th and the 35th and also in the 43rd verse these great words of punishment. It reads, then shall the land enjoy her Sabbaths, as long as it lie desolate, and you be in your enemy's land. Even then shall the land rest and enjoy her Sabbaths. The 35th verse reads, as long as it lie desolate, it shall rest, because it did not rest in your Sabbaths, when you dwelt upon it. The 43rd verse reads, the land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths, while she lie desolate. And please take note of these terminologies, because you're going to understand in this history that the Babylonian captivity denoted this 70 year of desolation. Thus it reads, while she lie desolate without them, and they, the Israelites, shall accept of the punishment of their iniquities, even because they despise my judgments, and because their soul abhorred my statutes. So we see the punishment that the Almighty has promised the children of Israel if they forsook all the words of the covenant. Thus, in displaying this great history, we find that many of the prophets had already foretold what would befall the north and the south of Israel, which denoted Samaria and Yehuda. So these things was already prophesied. So when we tell this story, we must use the words of the prophet to clarify all that Yahweh has said against them. So in doing so, before we get to the words of the prophets, I would love to go one more place in the book of the law, and that is Deuteronomy, the 18th chapter. Let us all please turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 18th chapter, and let's pick up at the 15th verse. Deuteronomy, the 18th chapter, and let's pick up at the 15th verse. And it reads, to the 22nd verse. And we are bringing forth this part of the law to allow us to know that all that your brother going to bring forth today dealing with this history come by way of a true prophet. Because all these things truly came to pass. Thus it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 18th chapter, the 15th verse, Yahweh thy Elohim will raise up into thee a prophet from the midst of thee, of thy brethren, like unto me, and to him you shall hearken, according to all that thy desire of Yahweh thy Elohim in Horeb, in the day of the assembly, saying, please take note, let me not hear again the voice of Yahweh my Elohim, neither let me see this great fire anymore, that I die not. And Yahweh said unto me, they have well spoken that which they have spoken. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. And it shall come to pass that whosoever will not hearken unto my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. But the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, please take note, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die. And if thou say in thy heart, how shall we know the word which Yahweh have not spoken? And it answers in the 22nd verse, when a prophet speak in the name of Yahweh, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which Yahweh have not spoken. But the prophet has spoken it presumptuously. Thou shalt not be afraid of him. So we're not going to be afraid of anyone that has spoken this history presumptuously. We're going to confirm, and the people is going to know by the end of this presentation that a prophet had been among them. Because all that we find these prophets saying and foretelling the people truly came to pass. From them going into captivity to them coming out of captivity. Thus, let us all turn our scriptures to 2 Kings, the 17th chapter. Let's get started with this history. And we are starting off based on what we just put on the recording. We are starting off with the demise of Samaria, the Sumerian captivity. 2 Kings, the 17th chapter. And these books of kings, there was none other than prophets among them, dealing with Hezekiah and all that, and that is in the information we displayed that was recorded earlier, during the reigns of Hezekiah and all them, where they had the great prophets among them. They had Isaiah, they had Jeremiah, they had Ezekiel. So we got to show that these things were foretold, that they had real prophets among them telling them what will happen in the future, what will happen when they got kicked out of this land, and how they will deal and how they will be treated and where they will find themselves in captivity. Thus we find in 2 Kings, the 17th chapter. And let's start reading at the 6th verse. 2 Kings, the 17th chapter, the 6th verse, and it reads, and remind yourself, as we read this great vital information in history, we are to make a distinction. Can we see ourselves in here? Is it talking about us? or should we confirm according to time and place who it is talking to? And we should. And we should be allowed through this study to understand it is not talking about a bunch of people that find themselves in hell today, scattered on the four corners of the earth. But these words was talked to our fathers, and they had hope and expectation to return home. Thus it reads in 2 Kings, the 17th chapter, the 6th verse, and it reads, in the 9th year of Hosea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried Israel away into Assyria and placed them in Hala and in Habor by the river Gozan and in the cities of Me. For so it was that the children of Israel had sinned against Yahweh their Elohim, which had brought them up out of the land of Egypt, from under the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and had feared other gods, and walked in the statutes of the heathen. Don't forget, we even read that they had some of our kings having us praising the Syrian gods in the temple. Thus the 8th verse reads, and walked in the statutes of the heathen, whom Yahweh cast out from before the children of Israel, and of the kings of Israel, which they had made. And the children of Israel did secretly those things that were not right against Yahweh their Elohim. And they built them high places in all their cities, from the tower of the watchman to the fenced city. And they set them up images and groves in every high hill and under every green tree. And there they burnt incense in all the high places, and did as did the heathen, whom Yahweh carried away before them, and wrought wicked things to provoke Yahweh to anger. For they served idols whereof Yahweh has said unto them, ye shall not do this thing. Yet Yahweh testified. That's why we are using the prophets, because this is the only way you're going to know. It says, yet Yahweh testified against Israel and against Yehudah by all the prophets and by all the seers, saying, turn you from your evil ways and keep my commandments and my statutes according to all the law, which I commanded your fathers, and which I sent to you by my servants, the prophets. Notwithstanding, they would not hear, but hardened their necks like to the neck of their fathers, that did not believe in Yahweh their Elohim. And we have many people that don't believe today. They don't believe that Yahweh going to save them. They believe there's something that they must do. Thus the 15th verse reads, and they rejected his statutes and his covenant that he made with their fathers, and his testimonies which he testified against them. And they followed vanity and became vain, being partial in the law, and went after the heathen that were round about them, concerning whom Yahweh had charged them that they should not do like them. And they left all the commandments of Yahweh their Elohim, and made them molten images, even to calves, and made a grove, and worshiped all the host of heaven, and served Baal. And they caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire, and used divinations and enchantments, and sold themselves to do evil in the sight of Yahweh, to provoke him to anger. Therefore Yahweh was very angry with Israel, and removed them out of his sight. There was none left but the tribe of Yehudah only. Also, Yehudah kept not the commandments of Yahweh their Elohim, but walked in the statutes of Israel, which they made. And Yahweh rejected all the seed of Israel, and afflicted them, and delivered them into the hand of spoilers, until he had cast them out of his sight. For he rent Israel from the house of David, and they made Jehoram, as we read, the son of Nebat king. And Jehoram drove Israel from following Yahweh, and made them sin a great sin. For the children of Israel walked in all the sins of Jehoram, which he did. They departed not from them, until Yahweh removed Israel out of his sight, as he had said by all his servants the prophets. So was Israel carried away out of their own land, out of their own dwellings, to Assyria, and to this day. It also tells us in the book of the Kings, if we take a look at the 21st chapter, the 21st chapter of 2 Kings. We're going to reveal as much history as possible. Due to time restraint, we can't give every word. Of course, we can make part 2 and part 3, but I'm going to try to make it and display this story at one time as a whole. Thus, I have everyone going to 2 Kings, the 21st chapter, for it allows us to know how we got into captivity and how we will return from it. Second Kings 21, it speaks about Manasseh, and we read about that in the first part of our lesson that was recorded. So here go the proof of these things. This is to validate what the historians have said, to allow us to know if they are right or not, if they added or not. Thus it tells us in 2 Kings, the 21st chapter, the very first verse, Manasseh was 12 years old when he began to reign, and reigned 55 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Hezebah, and he did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, after the abominations of the heathen, whom Yahweh cast out before the children of Israel. For he built up again the high places which Hezekiah his father had destroyed, and he reared up altars for Baal, and made a grove, as did Ahab king of Israel, and worshiped all the host of heaven, and served them. And he built altars in the house of Yahweh. And these altars, as we will find on the recording, was made for the Assyrians. They was actually serving the Assyrian gods in the temple that Solomon built. It reads in the 4th verse of the 21st chapter of 2 Kings, and he built altars in the house of Yahweh, of which Yahweh said, in Jerusalem will I put my name. And he built altars for all the host of heaven in the two courts of the house of Yahweh. And he made his son pass through the fire, and observed times, and used enchantments, and dealt with familiar spirits and wizards. He wrought much wickedness in the sight of Yahweh, to provoke him to anger. And he set a graven image of the grove that he had made in the house of which Yahweh said to David and to Solomon his son, in this house and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen, out of all tribes of Israel, will I put my name forever. Neither will I make the feet of Israel move any more out of the land, which I gave their fathers. Only, please take note, only if they will observe to do according to all that I command them. And according, please take note, for those that believe that partiality is better than nothing, it says, and according to all the law that my servant Moses commanded them. But they hearkened not, and Manasseh seduced them to do more evil than did the nations, whom Yahweh destroyed before the children of Israel. And Yahweh speak by his servants, the prophets, saying, because Manasseh, king of Yehudah, have done these abominations, have done wickedly above all that the Amorites did, which were before him, and have made Yehudah also to sin with his idols. Therefore thus said Yahweh Elohim of Israel, behold, I am bringing such evil upon Jerusalem and Yehudah, that whosoever hear of it, both his ears shall tingle. And I will stretch over Jerusalem the line of Samaria, and the plummet of the house of Ahab. And I will wipe Jerusalem as a man wipes a plate, a dish, wiping it and turning it upside down. And I will forsake the remnant of my heritage, and deliver them into the hand of their enemies. And they shall become a prey and a spoil to all their enemies. Why? Because they have done that which was evil in my sight, and have provoked me to anger, since the day their fathers came forth out of Egypt. And that's what Brother Yamin was saying according to Deuteronomy, the 9th chapter. It reads, even unto this day. Moreover, Manasseh shed innocent blood very much, till he had filled Jerusalem from one end to another, besides his sin, wherewith he made Yehudah to sin, and doing that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh. Now the rest of the acts of Manasseh, and all that he did, and his sin that he sinned, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Yehudah? And Manasseh slept with his father, and was buried in the garden of his own house, in the garden of Uzziah, and Ammon his son reigned in his stead. Well, it was a family thing. Thus it tells us in the 19th verse, Ammon was 22 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 2 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Meshullam, the daughter of Harz of Jabal. And he did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, as his father Manasseh did. And he walked in all the ways of his father, not in all the ways of Yah, but in all the ways of his father. walked in and served the idols that his father served and worshiped them. And he forsook Yahweh Elohim of his fathers and walked not in the way of Yahweh. And the servants of Ammon conspired against him and slew the king in his own house. And the people of the land slew all them that had conspired against King Ammon, and the people of the land made Josiah his son king in his stead. Now the rest of the acts of Ammon, which he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Yehudah? And he was buried in his sepulchre in the garden of Uzzah, and Josiah his son reigned in his stead. So it allows us to know the rebellion of two kings, which definitely caused the captivity to befall Israel and Yehudah. We also find, if we take a look at the 24th chapter of 2 Kings, after the death of Josiah, after the reform of Josiah, after the rule of Josiah and Yehudah, we find that evil continued to prevail. Thus we find in 2 Kings, the 24th chapter. And it reads, if we pick up at the first verse, because we need to know according to time and place. Thus it tells us in 2 Kings, the 24th chapter, the very first verse. And in his days, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up, and Jehoiakim became his servant 3 years. Then he turned and rebelled against him. And Yahweh sent against him bands of the Chaldees, and bands of Syrians, and bands of the Moabites, and bands of the children of Ammon, and sent them against Yehudah to destroy it. Note, according to the word of Yahweh, which he spake by his servants, the prophets. Surely at the commandment of Yahweh came this upon Yehudah, to remove them out of his sight for the sins of Manasseh, according to all that he did, and also for the innocent blood that he shed. For he filled Jerusalem with innocent blood, which Yahweh would not pardon. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoiakim, and this Jehoiakim is the same name as Eliakim, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Yehudah? So Jehoiakim slept with his fathers, and Jehoiakim his son reigned in his stead. And the king of Egypt came not again any more out of his land. For the king of Babylon had taken from the river of Egypt into the river of the Euphrates all that pertained to the king of Egypt. Jehoiakim was 18 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned in Jerusalem 3 months. And his mother's name was Nahasha, the daughter of Elnathan of Jerusalem. And he did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, according to all that his father had done. At that time, the servants of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up against Jerusalem, and the city was besieged. And Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came against the city, and his servants did besiege it. And Jehoiakim, the king of Yehudah, went out to the king of Babylon, he and his mother, and his servants, and his princesses, and his officers. And the king of Babylon took him in the 8th year of his reign. And he carried out thence all the treasures of the house of Yahweh, and the treasures of the king's house, and cut in pieces all the vessels of gold which Solomon king of Israel had made in the temple of Yahweh, as Yahweh has said. And he carried away all Jerusalem, and all the princes, and all the mighty men of valor, even 10,000 captives, and all the craftsmen and smiths, none remained. Please take note. Who stayed in the land? Who was in the land with Jeremiah during those 70 years of desolation? It reads, none remained, save the poorest sort of the people of the land. And he carried away Jehoiakim to Babylon, and the king's mother, and the king's wives, and his officers, and the mighty of the land. Those carried he into captivity from Jerusalem to Babylon. And all the men of might, even 7,000, and craftsmen and smiths 8,000, and all that were strong and apt for war, even them the king of Babylon brought captive to Babylon. And the king of Babylon, please take note, made Mattaniah, his father's brother, king instead. And that's what you read or heard in the report we gave earlier, talking about a puppet king. It says again, and the king of Babylon made Mattaniah, his father's brother, king instead, and changed his name to Zedekiah. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Havmadiel, the daughter of Jeremiah of Libnah. And he did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, according to all that Jehoiakim had done. For though the anger of Yahweh, it came to pass in Jerusalem, in Yehuda, until he had cast them out from his presence, that Zedekiah rebelled against the king of Babylon. It also tells us, if we continue to read to the 12th verse, in 2 Kings, the 25th chapter, and it came to pass in the 9th year of his reign, in the 10th month, in the 10th day of the month, that Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came, he and all his hosts, against Jerusalem, and pitched against it, and they built forts against it round about. And the city was besieged into the 11th year of King Zedekiah. And on the 9th day of the 4th month, the famine prevailed in the city, and there was no bread for the people of the land. And the city was broken up, and all the men of war fled by night, by the way of the gate between the two walls, which is by the king's garden. Now the Chaldees were against the city round about, and the king went the way toward the plain. And the army of the Chaldees pursued after the king, and overtook him in the plain of Jericho, and all his army was scattered from him. So they took the king and brought him up to the king of Babylon, to Riblah, and they gave judgment upon him. And as I teach, if Yahweh have not already judged us, what are we doing in the enemy's land? The 7th verse reads, and they slew the sons of Zedekiah before his eyes, and put out before his eyes, and put out the eyes of Zedekiah, and bound him with feathers of brass, and carried him to Babylon. And in the 5th month, on the 7th day of the month, which is the 19th year of King Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came Nebuzaradan, captain of the guard, a servant of the king of Babylon into Jerusalem. And he burnt the house of Yahweh and the king's house and all the houses of Jerusalem. And every great man's house burnt he with fire. And all the army of the Chaldees that were with the captain of the guard break down the walls of Jerusalem round about. Now the rest of the people that was left in the city, and the fugitives that fell away to the king of Babylon, with the remnant of the multitude, did Nabarzar Adan, the captain of the guard, carried away. And please take note of the 12th verse. But the captain of the guard left the poor of the land to be vine dressers and husbandmen. It also tells us, one second, if we take a look, in the same chapter, Second Kings, not Second Kings, sorry about that, Second Chronicles. Let us turn our scriptures to Second Chronicles. We just seen the fall of Jerusalem in 2 Kings 25. We seen the days of Nebuchadnezzar in 2 Kings 20. We seen Assyrian gods in the promised land in 2 Kings 21. Well, let me show you one more thing that is found in 2 Chronicles. I think I want to go to the 35th chapter. 2 Chronicles, the 35th chapter. And let's pick up at the 20th verse. 2 Chronicles, the 35th chapter, the 20th verse. And it reads, to allow us to know the time and the place. It says, after all this, when Josiah had prepared the temple, Necho, king of Egypt, came up to fight against Carchemish by Euphrates. And Josiah went out against him. But he sent ambassadors to him, saying, what have I to do with thee, thy king of Yehuda? And please take note of these things, because it allows us to know that Yahweh's hand is in all of this. I come not against thee this day, but against the house wherewith I have war. For Elohim commanded me to make haste. Forbear thee from meddling with Elohim, who is with me. This is not Josiah speaking. These are the ambassadors speaking to Josiah, that he destroy thee not. Nevertheless, Josiah would not turn his face from him, but disguised himself, that he might fight with him, and hearken not into the words of Necho from the mouth of Elohim, and came to fight in the valley of Maddu. And the archers shot at King Josiah. And the king said to his servant, have me away, for I am sore wounded. His servant therefore took him out of that chariot, put him in the second chariot that he had. And they brought him to Jerusalem, and he died and was buried in one of the sepulchres. So no matter how right you think you are, you can never speak or do against the will of Yahweh. This great man Josiah that did the reform in Yehuda was killed because he was interfering in Yahweh's business with a whole nother person, which was an Egyptian. And all Yehuda and Jerusalem mourned for Josiah. And Jeremiah, note, Jeremiah is in these days. And Jeremiah lament for Josiah, and all the singing men and the singing women speak of Josiah in their lamentations to this day, and made them ordinances in Israel. And behold, they are written in the lamentations. Now the rest of the acts of Josiah and his goodness, according to that which was written in the law of Yahweh, in his deeds, first and last, behold, they are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Yehuda. And that's where we went. When we wanted to know what had passed, when we wanted to know the history of the kings, when we wanted to know the history of our people, that's where we went. We found ourselves many times in the books of the chronicles of the kings of Israel and Yehuda. That's where you're going to find all your history. And many times, without that being known, we just reading the book of 1st and 2nd Kings. We just reading the books of 1st and 2nd Chronicles without truly understanding what it is revealing to us, because we don't find ourselves reading the Holy Scriptures according to time and place. Well, today we are, and much information should be brought out and learned. It tells us also, if we turn our scriptures to Isaiah, the 39th chapter, I wanted to conclude or include the prophets. I wanted y'all to see what we reported these prophets actually did and said. And then we work our way closer to the Israelites coming out of Babylon, being back into their land, showing the world how we lived and showing the world how we found ourselves under the Persian government, and also showing that Israel was never considered a slave under the Persian Empire, which will lead us all the way up to Esther and Daniel. It tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Isaiah 39, and a lot of times you can go to the beginning of these books, the books of the prophets, and it will allow you to know when they prophesied. It'll allow you to know what prophets or what kings was living while they were prophesying. And that's a great knowledge, because it allows you to understand time and place. Right now, we're dealing with the times of Isaiah, and the place is in the land. And Isaiah is told to foretell these people what will befall them if they don't return into Yahweh in the land. Jeremiah 39. And let's read the first 8 verses. And it reads, well, actually, the first 10 verses. And it reads, in the 9th year of this same character, Zedekiah, who formerly was named Methaniah, who the king of Babylon changed his name and gave him Zedekiah, thus it reads, in the 9th year of Zedekiah, king of Yehuda, in the 10th month came Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and all his army against Jerusalem, and they besieged it. And this is Jeremiah talking, and in the 11th year of Zedekiah, in the 4th month, the 9th day of the month, the city was broken up. And all the princes of the king of Babylon came in and sat in the middle gate even Norgel, Sherah, Shazar, Shamgar, Nebo, Sharshemas, Rabsaras, Negal, Sherazar, Rabmag, with all the residue of the princes of the king of Babylon. And it came to pass that when Zedekiah the king of Yehudah saw them, and all the men of war, then they fled, and went forth out of the city by night, by the way of the king's garden, by the gate between the two walls, and he went out the way of the plain. But the Chaldean army pursued after them and overtook Zedekiah in the plains of Jericho. And when they had taken him, they brought him up to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, to Relah in the land of Hamath, where he gave judgment upon him. The same thing we just read in Kings. Then the king of Babylon slew the sons of Zedekiah and Riblah before his eyes. Also the king of Babylon slew all the nobles of Yehudah. Moreover, he put out Zedekiah's eyes and bound him with chains to carry him to Babylon. And the Chaldeans burnt the king's house and the house of the people with fire and break down the walls of Jerusalem. Then Nazardan, the captain of the guard, carried away captives into Babylon, the remnant of the people that remained in the city, and those that fell away, that fell to him with the rest of the people that remained. But Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, left the poor of the people, which had nothing, in the land of Yehudah, and gave them vineyards and fields at the same time. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 40th chapter of Jeremiah, the 40th chapter of Jeremiah, and let's read the first 11 verses. And it reads, the word that came to Jeremiah from Yahweh after that Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, had let him go from Ramah, when he had taken him being bound in chains among all that were carried away captives of Jerusalem and Yehudah, which were carried away captive into Babylon. And the captain of the guard took Jeremiah and said unto him, Yahweh thy Elohim hath pronounced this evil upon this place. So these men, even though they're kings, as we read in Ecclesiastes 8, verse 2, you are to honor the king that is ruling, because if not, you will be bringing demise upon yourselves. So it tells us by wisdom to honor the king that rule over you. Well, this captain of the king, he has the knowledge to tell Jeremiah that this is the will of your creator, that we attack y'all, that we tear down his house. Thus it tells us in the 3rd verse. Now Yahweh had brought it and done according as he had said, because ye have sinned against Yahweh, and have not obeyed his voice. Therefore this thing is come upon you. It continues to tell us, and now behold, I loose thee this day from the chains which were upon thy hand, because Jeremiah wound up being one of the good figs. It continues to tell us, if it seem good unto thee to come with me into Babylon, come, and I will look well into thee. But if it seem ill unto thee to come with me into Babylon, forbear. Behold, all the land is before thee. Whether it seem good inconvenient for thee to go tighter go. And that land was desolate. Thus it continues to read, now while he was not yet gone back, he said, go back also to Gladiah, the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, whom the king of Babylon had made governor over the cities of Yehuda, and dwell with him among the people, or go wheresoever it seems convenient unto thee to go. So the captain of the guard gave him victuals and a reward, and let him go. Then went Jeremiah into Gladiah, the son of Ahikam, to Mizpah, and dwelt with him among the people that were left in the land. So again, we find that people are left in the land. Now, when all the captains of the forces which were in the fields, even they and their men, heard that the king of Babylon had made Gladiah, the son of Ahikam, governor in the land, and had committed unto him men and women and children, and of the poor of the land, of them that were not carried away captives to Babylon. It also tells us by way of prophecy or foretelling by Isaiah, if we take a look at the 45th chapter, of Isaiah. Excuse me, I said Isaiah, and I'm sorry what I just said. That was not, that was Isaiah, but I'm reading from Jeremiah. Sorry about that. I need to go back to Isaiah. Please forgive me. Isaiah 39. I was reading from Jeremiah when I should have been reading Isaiah. And I want to read again. Isaiah 39, 1 through 8. Isaiah is before Jeremiah. So I'm trying to give the prophecies in chronological order according to the prophets that Yahweh sent. Thus, again, sorry for the inconvenience. Let us turn to Isaiah 39 and let's read the first 8 verses. I wish somebody would have called me and told me that I was reading from the wrong book. But don't worry about it. We got it. Isaiah 39, 1 to 8, and it reads, at that time, Mordecai, Baldan, the son of Baldan, king of Babylon, sent letters and a present to Hezekiah, for he had heard that he had been sick and was recovered. And Hezekiah was glad of them and showed them the house of his precious things, the silver and the gold and the spices and the precious ointments, and all the house of his armor and all that was found in his treasures. There was nothing in his house, nor in all his dominion, that Hezekiah showed them not. Then came, note the prophet, then came Isaiah the prophet into King Hezekiah and said unto him, what see these men? And from whence came they into thee? And Hezekiah said, they are come from a far country into me, even from Babylon. Then said he, what have they seen in thy house? And Hezekiah answered, all that is in my house have they seen. There is nothing among my treasures that I have not showed them. Then said Isaiah to Hezekiah, hear the word of Yahweh of hosts. Behold, the days come, note the prophecy, that all that is in thy house, and that which thy father have laid up in store until this day, shall be carried to Babylon. Nothing shall be left, said Yahweh. And of thy sons that shall issue from thee, which thou shalt beget, shall they take away. and they shall be eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon. Then said Hezekiah to Isaiah, good is the word of Yahweh, which thou hast spoken. He said, moreover, for there shall be peace and truth in my days. Isaiah also proclaimed to the people, if we take a look at the 44th chapter, Isaiah 44. And let's pick up at the point that I'm trying to make, and let's start reading at the 23rd verse of Isaiah 44. And it reads to the 28th verse. Sing, O ye heavens, for Yahweh hath done it. Shout, ye lower parts of the earth. Break forth into singing, ye mountains, O forest, and every tree therein. For Yahweh hath redeemed Jacob, and glorified himself in Israel. Thus said Yahweh, thy Redeemer, and he that formed thee from the womb. I am Yahweh, that make all things, that stretch forth the heavens alone, that spread abroad the earth by myself, that frustrates the tokens of the liars, and make diviners mad, that turn wise men backwards, and make their knowledge foolish. And he is foretelling these truths that will befall these people. Thus the 26th verse reads, that confirmed the word of his servant, and performed the counsel of his messengers, that says to Jerusalem, thy shall be inhabited, and to the cities of Yehuda ye shall be built, and I will raise up the decayed places thereof, that says to the deep, be dry, and I will dry up thy rivers. And note the 28th verse, that says of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, and shall perform all my pleasures, even saying to Jerusalem, thy shall be built, and to the temple thy foundation shall be laid. It also tells us in Isaiah the 45th chapter, the first 8 verses, and it reads, thus said Yahweh to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have holden, to subdue nations before him. And I will loose the lions of kings, to open before him the 2 leavened gates, and the gates shall not be shut. I will go before thee, and make the crooked places straight. I will break in pieces the gates of brass, and cut in a slender the bars of iron. And I will give thee the treasures of darkness, and hide and hidden riches of secret places, that thou mayest know that I, Yahweh, which called thee, talking about Cyrus, by thy name, am the Elohim of Israel. For Jacob my servant's sake, and Israel my elect, I have even called thee by thy name, talking about Cyrus. I have surnamed thee, though thou hast not known me, because these words that Isaiah is foretelling or prophesying to the people is before the man was even born. It says in the 5th verse, I am Yahweh, and there is none else. There is no Elohim besides me. I greeted thee, though thou hast not known me, that they may know from the rising of the sun and from the west that there is none besides me. I am Yahweh, and there is none else. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, Yahweh, do all these things. Drop down, ye heavens, from above, and let the skies pour down righteousness. Let the earth open, and let them bring forth salvation. And let righteousness spring up together. I, Yahweh, have created it. It also tells us that Isaiah prophesied if we take a look at the 47th chapter. The 47th chapter of Isaiah. And it tells us in the 47th chapter, if we read the first 15 verses, and these are more prophecies that Isaiah was commanded to tell the people. And note, by the time we get to Ezekiel, we're going to know who a true prophet is. And we're going to be able to witness that a true prophet was among these people that foretold all these things that was going to befall these people, and all those words befell those people. Yahweh did not allow one word of those prophets to fall to the ground. Thus it tells us in Isaiah 47, the very first verse. Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. Sit on the ground. There is no throne, O daughter of the Chaldees. This is speaking about the judgment that will befall the Babylonians in their time. It says, for thou shalt no more be called tender and delicate. Take the millstones and grind meal. Uncover thy locks. Make bare thy legs. Uncover the thigh. Pass over the river. Thy nakedness shall be uncovered. Yea, thy shame shall be seen. I will take vengeance, and I will not meet thee as a man. As for our Redeemer, Yahweh of hosts is his name, the Holy One of Israel. Sit thy silent and get thee into darkness, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called the Lady of Kingdoms. I was wroth with my people. I have polluted my inheritance and given them into thy hand. Thou didst show them no mercy. Upon the ancient hast thy very heavily laid thy yoke. And thou said, I shall be a lady forever, so that thou did not lay these things to thy heart, neither did remember the latter end of it. Therefore hear now this, thou that art given to pleasure, that dwell carelessly, that says in thy heart, I am, and none else besides me. I shall not sit as a widow, neither shall I know the loss of children. But these two things shall come to thee in a moment, in one day, the loss of children and widowhood. They shall come upon thee in their perfection. For the multitude of thy sorceries, and for the great abundance of thy enchantments. For thou hast trusted in thy wickedness. Thou hast said, none sees me. Thy wisdom and thy knowledge, it has perverted thee. And thou hast said in thy heart, I am none else besides me. Therefore shall evil come upon thee. Thou shalt not know from which it rises, and mischief shall fall upon thee. Thou shalt not be able to put it off. And desolation shall come upon thee suddenly, which thou shalt not know. Stand now with thy enchantments, and with the multitude of thy sorceries, wherein thou hast labored from thy youth. If so be, thou shalt be able to profit. If so be, thou mayest prevail. Thou art weary in the multitude of thy counsels. Let now the astrologers and the stargazers, the monthly procrastinators, stand up and save thee from these things that shall come upon thee. Behold, they shall be as stubble. The fire shall burn them. They shall not deliver themselves from the power of the flame. There shall not be a coal to warm at, nor fire to sit before it. Thus shall they be unto thee with whom thou hast labored, even thy merchants from thy youth. They shall wander every one to his quarters, none shall save thee. So that was the destruction prophesied by the mouth of Isaiah to the Babylonians. And one more prophecy that I would like to bring forth that was foretold by Isaiah, and that is found in the 61st chapter of Isaiah. Let us all please turn our scriptures to Isaiah 61. And Isaiah told the children of Israel these great words as Yahweh commanded him. Thus it tells us in Isaiah 61. And let's read the first verse to the 7th verse. And it reads, the Spirit of Yahweh Elohim is upon me, because Yahweh have anointed me to preach good tidings and to the meek. He hath sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of Yahweh, and the day of vengeance of our Elohim, to comfort all that mourn, not just those that think they know, but all that mourn, to appoint unto them that mourn in Zion, to give unto them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called the trees of righteousness, the planting of Yahweh, that he might be glorified. And they shall build the old wastes, they shall rise up the former desolations, and they shall repair the waste cities, the desolation of many generations. And strangers shall stand and feed your flocks, and your sons of the sons of the aliens shall be your plowmen and your vine dressers. But you shall be named the priests of Yahweh. Men shall call you the ministers of our Elohim. You shall eat the riches of the Gentiles, and in their glory shall ye boss yourselves. For your shame ye shall have double, and for confusion they shall rejoice in their portion. Therefore, in their land, in your dwellings, they shall possess the double. Everlasting joy shall be into them. So that's what was prophesied by the mouth of Isaiah to the people. And it let them know that they was going into captivity, and the captivity that they was going to endure was known as the Babylonian captivity. But he also let them know that Yahweh have chosen a shepherd, and he was even able to forecast his name before the man was born. But he let them know that you will be saved and brought back into this great land by the power of this man that Yahweh had distilled upon him. Well, Jeremiah was a contemporary of Isaiah, and Yahweh only had one plan of salvation. Thus, as I took you before, even though it was at the wrong time, we seen, let's go to Jeremiah. Let's see, do Jeremiah confirm the same words? Let's take a look at Jeremiah, and let's start off with the 15th chapter of Jeremiah. Jeremiah, the 15th chapter. And they are actually allowing us to know the history of these people by way of prophecy. Jeremiah, the 15th chapter. And it tells us in Jeremiah, the 15th chapter, and thus far, all that I've read, I haven't read one verse that denotes us. How could it be when we're reading and studying and teaching the history of Israel? How is the future, or how is our present denoting the history of the Israelites after captivity? We in captivity. So what we're reading about is some people that was in captivity and was brought out of captivity according to every word that the prophet prophesied. Jeremiah, the 15th chapter, let's start reading at the very first verse, and we will read to the 9th verse, and it reads, Then said Yahweh unto me, though Moses and Samuel stood before me, yet my mind could not be toward this people. Cast them out of my sight, and let them go forth. And it shall come to pass, if they say unto thee, Where shall we go forth? Then thou shalt tell them, Thus said Yahweh, such as are for death, to death, and such as are for the sword, to the sword, and such as are for famine, to the famine, and such as are for the captivity, to the captivity. And I will appoint over them 4 kinds, said Yahweh, the sword to slay, and the dog to tear, and the fowl of the heaven, and the beasts of the earth to devour and destroy. And I will cause them to be removed into all kingdoms of the earth. Why? Because of Manasseh, the son of Hilkiah, king of Yehudah, for that which he did in Jerusalem. For who shall have pity upon thee, O Jerusalem? Or who shall bemoan thee? Or who shall go aside to ask how thou doest? Thou hast forsaken me, said Yahweh. Thou art gone backwards. Therefore will I stretch out my hand against thee and destroy thee. I am weary with repenting. And I will fan them with a fan in the gate of the land. I will bereave them of children. I will destroy my people, since they return not from their ways. Please take note, when the Israelites was allowed to return, their widows are increased to me above the sand of the sea. I have brought upon them against the mother of the young men a spoiler at noonday. I have caused him to fall upon it suddenly, and terrors upon the city. She that had borne 7 languishes, she have given up the ghost. Her son is gone down while it was yet day. She has been ashamed and confounded, and the residue, the remnant of them, will I deliver to the sword before their enemy, said Yahweh. So these are the things that tell the history of these people by way of prophecy by the mouth of Jeremiah. Jeremiah also stated in the 17th chapter. We go there, please. Jeremiah 17. And let's pick up at the first verse, dealing with the prophecies of Jeremiah, displaying the history of Israel going into captivity and how they will return out of it. It tells us in Jeremiah, the 17th chapter, by way of a parable. Jeremiah, the 17th chapter, it tells us, I'll start at the 6th verse. Jeremiah, the 17th chapter, I'll start at the 1st verse, and we'll read to the 13th verse, and it reads, the sin of Yehuda is written with a pen of iron and with a point of a diamond. It is graven upon the table of their heart and upon the horns of your altars, which their children remember their altars and their groves by the green tree upon the high hills. O my mountain in the field, I will give thy substance and all thy treasures to the spoil, and thy high places for sin throughout all thy borders, and thy, even thyself, shall discontinue from thy heritage that I gave thee, which denoted all of your dwellings. And I will cause thee to serve thy enemies. Please take note. In the land which thou knowest not. For ye have kindled a fire in my anger, which shall burn forever. Thus said Yahweh, cursed be the man that trust in man, and make flesh his arm, and whose heart depart from Yahweh. For he shall be like the heath in the desert, and shall not see when good comes, but shall inhabit the parched places in the wilderness, and a salt land and not inhabited. Blessed is the man that trusts in Yahweh. Note, even though hell is about to befall you, you were still to trust in these words. You were still to wait on these words to be fulfilled. Thus it tells us again in the 7th verse, blessed is the man that trusts in Yahweh, and whose hope Yahweh is. For he shall be as a tree planted by the waters, and that spread out her roots by the rivers, and shall not see when heat comes, but her leaf shall be green, and shall not be careful in the year of drought, neither shall cease from yielding fruit. The heart is deceitful above all things, and desperately wicked. Who can know it? I, Yahweh, search the heart. I try the ruins, even to give every man according to his ways, and according to the fruit of his doings. As the partridge sitteth on eggs, and hatch them not, so he that getteth riches, and not by right, shall leave them in the midst of his days, and at his end shall be a fool. And that's a proclamation against all those that rob Yahweh children by way of tithes and offerings, because many of them have thought that they were getting riches, and it was not by right. But it allows us to know that they wasn't going to live out half their days, that they was going to leave that, and they was going to be considered a fool. The 12th verse reads, a glorious high throne from the beginning is the place of our sanctuary. Yahweh, the hope of Israel, all that forsake thee shall be ashamed, and they that depart from me shall be written in the earth, because they have forsaken Yahweh, the fountain of living waters. Jeremiah also said, according to the 21st chapter, let us turn there, please. The 21st chapter. And it tells us in the 21st chapter of Jeremiah, we pick up at the 1st verse and read to the 14th verse. It reads, the word which came into Jeremiah from Yahweh when King Zedekiah, who we read about, sent him Pashur, the son of Melchiah, and Zephaniah, the son of Messaniah, the priest, saying, Inquire, I pray thee, of Yahweh for us. For Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, make war against us. If so be that Yahweh will deal with us according to all his wonderful works, that he may go up from us. Then said Jeremiah to them, Thus shall ye say to Zedekiah, Thus said Yahweh Elohim of Israel, Behold, I will turn back the weapons of war that are in your hands, wherewith ye fight against the king of Babylon, and against the Chaldeans, which besiege you without the walls. And I will assemble them into the midst of this city. And I myself, please take note of the answer, and I myself will fight against you with an outstretched hand and with a strong arm, even in anger and in fury and in great wrath. And I will smite the inhabitants of this city, both man and beast. They shall die of a great pestilence. And afterward, said Yahweh, I will deliver Zedekiah, king of Yehudah, and his servants, and the people, and such as are left in this city from the pestilence, from the sword, and from the famine, into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and into the hand of their enemies, and into the hand of those that seek their life. And he shall smite them with the edge of the sword. He shall not spare them, neither have pity, nor have mercy. And unto this people thou shalt say, Thus saith Yahweh, Behold, I set before you the way of life and the way of death, as he did to our fathers in Deuteronomy 30, verse 18. He that abide in this city shall die by the sword, and by the famine, and by the pestilence. But he that goes out and falls into the Chaldeans that besiege you, he shall live, and his life shall be unto him for a prey. For I have set my face against this city for evil, and not for good, said Yahweh. It shall be given into the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall burn it with fire. And touching the house of the king of Yehudah, saying, Hear ye the word of Yahweh. The 12th verse reads, O house of David, thus said Yahweh, execute judgment in the morning, and deliver him that is spoiled out of the hand of the oppressor, lest my fury go out like fire, and burn that none can quench it, because of the evil of your doing. Behold, I am against thee, O inhabitants of the valley, and rock of the plain, said Yahweh, which say, Who shall come down against us? Or who shall enter into our habitations? But I will punish you according to the fruit of your doings, said Yahweh, and I will kindle a fire in the forest thereof, and it shall devour all things around about it. Jeremiah also foretold and continued to prophesy to the people according to the 24th chapter. Let us go there, please. Jeremiah 24. And it reads in the first 10 verses, Yahweh showed me, and behold, 2 baskets of figs were set before the temple of Yahweh. After that, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had carried away captives Jehoiakim, the son of Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, and the princes of Yehuda with the carpenters and smiths from Jerusalem, and had brought them to Babylon. The second verse reads, one basket had very good figs, even like the figs that are first ripe, and the other basket had very knotty figs, which could not be eaten, they were so bad. Then said Yahweh to me, what seest thou, Jeremiah? And I said, figs, the good figs, very good, and the evil, very evil, that cannot be eaten, they are so evil. Again the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, thus said Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, like these good figs, so will I acknowledge them that are carried away captive of Yehuda, whom I have sent out of this place into the land of the Chaldeans for their good. For I will set my eyes upon them for good, and I will bring them again to this land, and I will build them and not pull them down, and I will plant them and not pluck them up, and I will give them an heart to know me, that I am Yahweh, and they shall be my people, and I will be their Elohim. For they, note, shall return into me with their whole heart. And as the evil figs, which cannot be eaten, they are so evil, surely thus said Yahweh, so will I give Zedekiah, giving you an example of the evil fig. So will I give Zedekiah, the king of Yehuda, and his princesses, and the residue of Jerusalem that remain in this land, and them that dwell in the land of Egypt, and I will deliver them to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth, for their hurt, not for their good, for their hurt, to be a reproach and a proverb, a taunt and a curse in all places where the eye shall drive them. And I will send the sword and the famine and the pestilence among them, till they be consumed from off the land that I gave unto them and to their fathers. He continued to prophesy to them in the very next chapter, and it reads in Jeremiah 25, if we read to the 14th verse, and it reads, the word that came to Jeremiah concerning all the people of Yehuda in the 4th year of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Yehuda, that was the 1st year of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, the which Jeremiah the prophet speak, and to all the people of Yehuda, and to all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, from the 13th year of Josiah, the son of Amon, king of Yehuda, even unto this day, that is the 23rd year, the word of Yahweh have come into me, and I have spoken unto you, rising early and speaking, but ye have not hearkened. And Yahweh have sent into you all his servants. That's how we got this history. All his servants, the prophets, rising early and sending them. But ye have not hearkened, nor inclined your ear to hear. They said, turn ye again. No, they're not talking to us. He was talking to his people that was in the land before the Babylonians was sent on them. Thus, the 5th verse reads again, they said, turn you again, now everyone from his evil way, and from the evil of your doings, and dwell in your dwellings, it reads, and dwell in the land, that Yahweh have given into you and to your fathers forever and ever. And go not after other gods to serve them and to worship them and provoke me to anger with the works of your hands, and I will do you no hurt. So they would have never made it in captivity if they would have hearkened to the words of the prophets. If they would have hearkened and did all, they never would have made it into captivity. We wouldn't have had this history to display. But as we have shown by way of the prophet, that they refused. Thus, we have evidence to show that the Israelites were sent into Babylon, but also foretold how they will come out. Thus, the 7th verse reads, Yet ye have not hearkened unto me, said Yahweh, that ye might provoke me to anger with the works of your hands to your own hurt. Therefore, thus said Yahweh of hosts, because ye have not heard my word. We got people teach that, well, we know his words. I doubt it. Because if you're not confirming all, you have not heard these words. The 9th verse reads, Behold, I will send and take all the families of the north, said Yahweh, and Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant, and will bring them against this land, and against the inhabitants thereof, and against all these nations round about, and will utterly destroy them, and make them an astonishment, and a hissing, and a perpetual desolation. Moreover, I will take from them the voice of merit, the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride, the sound of the millstone, and the light of the candle. And this whole land shall be a desolation, an astonishment, and these nations shall serve the king of Babylon 70 years. And it shall come to pass, when 70 years are accomplished, that I will punish the king of Babylon. And he was punished by Cyrus. And that nation, said Yahweh, for their iniquity, the nation of Babylon, and the land of the Chaldeans, and will make it perpetual desolation. And I will bring upon that land all my words which I have pronounced against it, even all that is written in this book. And all these words that are written was prophesied out of the mouths of these great and faithful prophets, which Jeremiah had prophesied against all the nations. For many nations and great kings shall serve themselves of them also, and I will recompense them according to their deeds and according to the work of their own hands. It also tells us by way of prophecy from Jeremiah, if we take a look at the 27th chapter of Jeremiah. And as I stated, we got a lot of reading to do, and it's meant to be read. We got a book in our hand, and many people haven't read these things with understanding. But we ought to read these words. How else can we confirm them? How can we quote them and confirm them if we have not read them? If we don't understand them? It's only 39 books found in our Holy Scripture. Every one of them denote pure words of Yahweh. Thus we find in Jeremiah, the 27th chapter. And it reads, in the beginning of the reign of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Yehudah, came this word into Jeremiah from Yahweh, saying, thus said Yahweh to me, make thee bonds and yokes, and put them upon thy neck, and send them to the king of Edom, and to the king of Moab, and to the king of the Ammonites, and to the king of Tyrus, and to the king of Zidon, by the hand of the messengers which come to Jerusalem, and to Zedekiah king of Yehudah, and command them to say unto their masters, Thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, Thus shall you say unto your masters, I have made the earth, the man, and the beast that are upon the ground. By my great power and by my stretched out arm, and have given it, and to whom it seemed meet unto me. And now have I given all these lands into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant, and the beasts of the field have I given him also to serve him. And all nations shall serve him, and his son, and his son's son, until the very time of his land comes. And then many nations and great kings shall serve themselves of him. And it shall come to pass that the nation and kingdom which will not serve the same Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, and that will not put their neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon, that nation will I punish, said Yahweh, with the sword, and with the famine, and with the pestilence, until I have consumed them by his hand. Therefore hearken not ye to your prophets that don't confirm every word, nor to your diviners, nor to your dreamers, nor to your enchanters, nor to your sorcerers, which speak unto you, saying, You shall not serve the king of Babylon. Please take note of what Jeremiah had to say to the people, and these words are the pure words of his maker. The 10th verse reads, For they prophesied a lie unto you, to remove you far from your land, the good figs, and that I should drive you out, and you shall perish. But the nations, please take note, for all you that teach that we are not to serve the Babylonians, but we are to be under our own government. It says in the 11th verse, But the nations that bring their neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon and serve him, those will I let remain still in their own land, said Yahweh, and they shall till it and dwell therein. Well, most of those people were called the good figs. The 12th verse reads, I speak also to Zedekiah, king of Yehudah, according to all these words, saying, Bring your neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon, by the law and by the testimony, and serve him and his people and live. Why will you die, thy and thy people, by the sword, by the famine, and by the pestilence, as Yahweh spoken against the nation that will not serve the king of Babylon. Therefore, as I speak today, the Almighty told those people, therefore, hearken not into the words of the prophets that speak unto you, saying, You shall not serve the king of Babylon, for they prophesied a lie unto you. Now, who are you going to believe? Your maker or your brother? It continues to tell us, Israel, as we read the prophecies of Jeremiah, that Jeremiah had to tell his brothers and sisters. It continued to tell us in the 15th verse, For I have not sent them, said Yahweh, yet they prophesied. And we took you to Deuteronomy 18 to let you know how to hear and know if a true prophet is among you. It says, for I have not sent them, said Yahweh, yet they prophesied a lie in my name, that I might drive you out, that ye might perish, you and the prophets that prophesied unto you. Also I speak to the priests and to all this people, saying, thus said Yahweh, hearken not to the words of your prophet that prophesied unto you, saying, behold, the vessels of Yahweh's house shall now surely be brought again from Babylon. For they prophesied a lie unto you. Hearken not unto them, serve the king of Babylon, and live. Wherefore should this city be laid waste? But if they be prophets, if you're going to believe them, and if the word of Yahweh be with them, let them now make intercession to Yahweh of hosts, that the vessels which are left in the house of Yahweh and in the house of the kings of Yehuda and at Jerusalem go not to Babylon. And none of them could do that. Thus they were found liars. The 19th verse reads, for thus said Yahweh of hosts, concerning the pullers, and concerning the sea, and concerning the bases, and concerning the residue of the vessels that remain in this city, which Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, took not, when he carried away captives Jehoiakim, the son of Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, from Jerusalem to Babylon, and all the nobles of Yehuda and Jerusalem. Yea, thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, concerning the vessels that remain in the house of Yahweh, and in the house of the king of Yehuda and of Jerusalem, they shall be carried to Babylon, and there shall they be until the day that I visit them, said Yahweh. When will I bring them up and restore them into this place? So even though Jeremiah had to proclaim all this hell that was going to befall this great people, he still let them know that all is not lost, because once the expected end have came upon thee, your Creator have promised to save you. Thus, we find, I'll use one more dealing with Jeremiah, and that is found in the 29th chapter of Jeremiah. The 29th chapter of Jeremiah. It looks like we're doing good time. I have one more prophet to use his prophecies to show that his understanding of the history of Israel going into captivity and how they lived or how they would live once they was released. And then we'll go to the main characters, which is Ezra, Nehemiah, and Esther. Thus we find in Jeremiah, the 29th chapter, let's pick up at the first verse, and let's read to the 14th verse. Jeremiah, the 29th chapter. And note, in examining all this knowledge, we notice now one of these prophets contradict one another. They all are saying the same thing, because Yahweh have already professed that he sent his servants rising early, sending them. The people just didn't hearken. And many of the people ain't hearkening to what they read today. They're going to bypass all this knowledge, all this history, and say, well, we still can do it however we can do it. With all this knowledge being presented. Thus it tells us in Jeremiah, the 29th chapter. Here it talks about a letter that Jeremiah sends to the captives that find themselves in Babylon, in captivity. And note what he tells them. If the Almighty wanted Jeremiah to rise up early and send him early to tell Israel to keep the laws, to keep the covenant of the law, or just keep the Ten Commandments, I'm quite sure, with every word of Elohim being pure, I'm quite sure it would be in his letter, because he is sending them a letter. They ain't sending Jeremiah a letter. Jeremiah is sending them a letter. And the letter denotes, thus said Yahweh. Thus it reads in the very first verse. Now these are the words of the letter that Jeremiah the prophet sent from Jerusalem into the residue, the remnant of the elders which were carried away captives, and to the priests, and to the prophets. So I know if the Almighty told Jeremiah, tell my people to keep my law. Well, these people, the elders, the priests, and the so-called false prophets would have known that. And they would have found that info in this letter. Thus it reads, and to all the people whom Nebuchadnezzar had carried away captive from Jerusalem to Babylon. After that, Jeconiah, which was the last king of Yehuda, the king and the queen, and the eunuchs, and the princes of Yehuda, and Jerusalem, and the carpenters, and the smiths were departed from Jerusalem. By the hand of Elish, the son of Shaphan, and Jeremiah, the son of Hilkiah, whom Zedekiah, king of Yehuda, sent into Babylon to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, saying, thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, and to all that are carried away captives, keep the covenant of the law. It does not read that. It says, whom I have caused to be carried away from Jerusalem to Babylon. This is the order. This is the advice. The 5th verse reads, build you houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Take you wives and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters. Why? That you may be increased there and not diminished. And seek the peace of the city, wherever I have caused you to be carried away captive. And pray unto Yahweh for it. For in the peace thereof shall ye have peace. Not in the practice, not in the reestablishing a broken covenant, not in a resurrected law, but it says, and pray unto Yahweh for it. For in the peace thereof shall you have peace. For thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, let not your prophets and your diviners that be in the midst of you, talking about they set apart, talking about they sanctified, talking about they holy, talking about Shabbat Shalom. He said, let not them deceive you, neither hearken to your dreams, which you cause to be dreamed. The 9th verse reads, for they prophesy falsely. That means in a lie into you in my name. I have not sent them, said Yahweh. So all those that teach us that we are under the Sabbath today, all those that teach us that we can resurrect the covenant of the law, they are lying, and the Almighty said, based on thus said Yahweh, I have not sent them. All those that teach we under our own law and we are to govern ourselves by our own law in the enemy land, your Creator have just told you, you that have eyes that can see and ears that can hear, I have not sent them. Now who you going to call a liar? Your Creator or your brother? The 10th verse reads, dealing with this same captivity. And again, this captivity was only 70 years. It reads in the 10th verse, for thus said Yahweh, that after 70 years be accomplished at Babylon, not on the four corners of the earth, I will visit you and perform my good word toward you, in causing you to return to this place. For I know the thoughts that I think toward you. That stuff that your brothers and them teaching is foolishness. But the 11th verse says, for I know the thoughts that I think toward you, said Yahweh, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end, an end in expectation. Then shall you call upon me, and ye shall go and pray unto me. And when? When? Before the 70 years or after the 70 years? It says, then shall ye call upon me, and you shall go and pray unto me, and I will hearken to you. And you shall seek me and find me, when you shall search for me with all your heart. And that is after the expected end. And I will be found of you after the expected end, said Yahweh. And I will turn away your captivity, because the end has come. And I will gather you from all the nations and from all the places whither I have driven you. Said who? Said Yahweh. And I will bring you again into the place which I caused you to be carried away captive. So Jeremiah was hand in hand with every word that Isaiah prophesied to the people beforehand. Thus, we have one more prophet, and his name is Ezekiel. And let us turn to the book of Ezekiel, the 2nd chapter, please. Ezekiel, the 2nd chapter. And I want to see at the end of this presentation, how many people truly trust in Yahweh? Or are you trusting in man and making man on your flesh? It wouldn't be nothing new, though, because we have confirmed and revealed that that's what our fathers did. They put their trust in man. They were not trusting Yahweh. Well, today, we hope in all that Yahweh said. We are waiting on Yahweh to save us. So we're going to hope, believe, know, and understand every one of these words, especially dealing with what we are hoping in, and that is his salvation. Ezekiel, the 2nd chapter, please. And it tells us in the 2nd chapter of Ezekiel, and I wanted to start here because there's going to be some phases or verses that we read, and we're going to hear that same words in the book of Ezra. So I wanted to allow you to know who Ezekiel was sent to. And it tells us in the 2nd chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse, Ezekiel, the 2nd chapter, and it reads, and he said unto me, Another prophet that he has raised up early, sending. Son of man, stand upon thy feet, and I will speak into thee, not your brother. And the Spirit entered into me when he speak into me, and set me upon my feet, that I heard him that speak into me. And he said unto me, Son of man, I send thee to the children of Israel, to a rebellious nation that have rebelled against me. They and their fathers have transgressed it against me, even unto this very day. For they are impotent children and stiff-hearted. I do send thee into them, and thou shalt say unto them, Thus said Yahweh Elohim, which is the authority. And they, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear, for they are a rebellious house, yet shall know that there has been a prophet among them. And how will we know? Based on Deuteronomy 18, when all that he has said come to pass. And we are witnesses this day that all that these prophets have said truly came to pass. So it allowed us to know, and our fathers, that a prophet was truly among them. Thus the 6th verse reads, And thy, son of man, be not afraid of them, neither be afraid of their words. And you wonder why your brother speak the way he speaks today. Because I'm not afraid of their words. I know if you don't confirm these words, you are lying. If you can't confirm these words by law and testimony, it is only because you have no light. Thus it tells us in the 6th verse, And thy, son of man, be not afraid of them, neither be afraid of their words. Though briars and thorns be with them, or be with thee, and thy does dwell among scorpions, be not afraid of their words, nor be dismayed at their looks, though they be a rebellious house. So the Almighty letting us know, even the rebellious is going to have their words. They're going to be right in their own eyes and first to their cause. Thus it continues to read in the 7th verse, And thou shalt speak my words into them, not your opinions, not your accusations, not your thoughts, not your imagination, but if you truly prophesizing, it must be the words of Yahweh. Thus it says again in the 7th verse, And thou shalt speak my words into them, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear. And I stated this earlier, that if they hear or forbear, that will not stop us from confirming every word. We're going to continue to confirm every word as long as we got breath and stand upon this earth. The 8th verse reads, But thy, son of man, hear what I say unto thee. Be not thy rebellious like that rebellious house. Open thy mouth and eat that I give thee. and we are eating today. All these chapters and verses, we're going to eat and delight ourselves in fatness. Thus, the 9th verse reads, and when I looked, behold, a hand was sent into me, and lo, a roll of a book was therein. And he spread it before me, and it was written therein and without, all that we are bringing forth today dealing with this particular subject matter. And there was written therein lamentations and mourning and woe. Ezekiel also prophesied, if we take a look at the 17th chapter of Ezekiel. And this was the parable that I was speaking about earlier. We were just dealing with the wrong prophet. And it is found in Ezekiel, the 17th chapter. And this is a parable of the eagles and the vine. Thus it reads in Jeremiah 17, in Ezekiel 17, the very first verse. And the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, Son of man, put forth a riddle, and speak a proverb, or parable, into the house of Israel. So this saying that we're about to read denotes a riddle, a riddle and a parable. And it was given to the house of Israel. And say, thus said Yahweh Elohim, a great eagle with great wings, long-winged, full of feathers, which had diverse colors, came into Lebanon, and took the highest branch of the cedar. Using wisdom to understand and tell the riddle and the parable, this great eagle denotes none other than Babylon. And Babylon came into Lebanon and took the highest branch of the cedar, which was none other than Jehoiakim, Zedekiah, and his wives, his captains, his guards, and his children. The 4th verse reads, he chopped off the top of his young twigs and carried it into a land of traffic. He set it in a city of merchants. He took also of the seed of the land and planted it in the fruitful field. He placed it by great waters and set it as a willow tree. And it grew and became a spreading vine of low stature. Note the stature that Israel was when they were in captivity. It was of low stature. Being under the covenant of the law is great stature. Whose branches turned toward him, and the roots thereof were under him. So it became a vine, and brought forth branches, and shoot forth sprigs. There was also another great eagle, with great wings, and many feathers. And behold, his vine did bend her roots toward him, and shoot forth her branches toward him, that he might water it by the furrows of her plantations. Note, the furrows of her plantation. It was planted in a good soil by great waters, that it might bring forth branches, and that it might bear fruit, that it might be a goodly vine. Say thy, thus said Yahweh Elohim. Shall it prosper? That's a question. And based on the stories that we have brought forth thus far, you should know the answer. Shall he not pull up the roots thereof and cut off the fruit thereof, that it withers? Absolutely. It shall wither in all the leaves of her spring, even without great power or many people, to pluck it up by the roots thereof. Yea, behold, being planted, shall it prosper? Shall it not utterly wither when the east wind touch it? It shall wither in the furrows where it grew, and it grew in the plantations. It tells us, moreover, the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, say now to the rebellious house, know you not what these things mean? I do. Tell them, behold, the king of Babylon is come to Jerusalem, and have taken the king thereof, and the princes thereof, and led them with him to Babylon, and have taken of the king's seed, and made a covenant note with him, and have taken an oath of him. He have also taken the mighty of the land, that the kingdom might be based low, that it might not lift itself up, but that by keeping of the covenant it might stand. And let me stop, because many people that don't know the history of their peoples and the dealings of their Elohim will readily say, well, right here, brother, it says that they, by keeping of his covenant, it might stand. And your brother loved to teach you to read your Bible according to time and place. And if you understand this time, and if you understand this place, you will understand that it says here that when it reads that the kingdom might be based, that it might not lift itself up, but that by keeping of his is Babylon. This word H-I-S has nothing to do with Yahweh. This is Babylon covenant, it might stand. And we already gave a couple of the secrets up when we read in the books of the kings. Because in the books of the kings, it let us know these same things. Here, it's just spoken in a sense by way of a riddle and by way of a parable. But your brother have the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to answer this parable verse by verse. Thus it tells us in the 15th verse, but he rebelled. Now we will show these great things in 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter. It says, but he rebelled against him, and sending his ambassadors into Egypt, that they might give him horses and much people. Shall he prosper? Absolutely not. Shall he escape? Absolutely not. That does such things? Or shall he break the covenant, not the covenant of Yahweh, but the covenant with the king of Babylon, and be delivered? Absolutely not. As I live, said Yahweh Elohim, surely in the place where the king dwells, that made him king, whose oath he despised, and whose covenant he braked. So I don't even have to go to 2 Chronicles 36 to prove this, but I'm going. But here's the answer right here, to let you know what covenant it denotes. And whose covenant he brake, even with him in the midst of Babylon, he shall die. Neither shall Pharaoh with his mighty army and great company make for him in the war by casting up mounts and building forts to cut off many persons. Seeing he despised the oath by breaking the covenant, when lo, he have given his hand and have done all these things, he shall not escape, because he broke the covenant of the kings. And don't forget what we read by way of warning in the book of wisdom in Ecclesiastes, the 8th verse, the 8th chapter, the 2nd verse, about kings. The 19th verse reads, therefore, thus said Yahweh Elohim, as I live, surely my oath that he hath despised, and my covenant that he hath broken, even it will I recompense upon his own head. And I will spread my net upon him, and he shall be taken in my snare. And I will bring him to Babylon, and will plead with him there for his trespass, that he hath trespassed against me. And all his fugitives with all his bands shall fall by the sword, and they that remain shall be scattered toward all winds. And ye shall know that I, Yahweh, have spoken it. Thus said Yahweh Elohim, I will also take of the highest branch of the high cedar, and will set it. I will chop off from the top of his young twigs a tender one, and will plant it upon an high mountain and intimate. In the mountain of the height of Israel will I plant it, and it shall bring forth brocks, and bear fruit, and be a goodly cedar, and under it shall dwell all fowls of every wing. In the shadow of the branches thereof shall they dwell, and all the trees of the field shall know that I, Yahweh, have brought down the high tree, have exalted the low tree, have dried up the green tree, and have made the dry tree to flourish. I, Yahweh, have spoken and have done it. And one more place I would love to go to prove without a shadow of a doubt that these words are only coming by way of the ones that Yahweh rose up early and sent them, that denote a faithful and true prophet. Let us take a quick look in Ezekiel, the 33rd chapter. Ezekiel, the 33rd chapter. And let's pick up at the 21st verse. Ezekiel, the 33rd chapter, the 21st verse to the 33rd verse, in closing of Ezekiel prophecy, dealing with Israel history after captivity, during and after. And it reads, and it came to pass in the 12th year of our captivity, in the 10th month, and the 5th day of the month, that one that had escaped out of Jerusalem came into me, saying, the city is smitten. Now the hand of Yahweh was upon me in the evening, afore he that was escaped came, and had opened my mouth until he came to me in the morning. And my mouth was opened, and I was no more dumb. Then the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, Son of man, they that inhabit those wastes of the land of Israel speak, saying, Abraham was one, and he inherited the land, but we are many. The land is given us for inheritance. Well, at least they knew where their dwellings was. Not so with our brothers and sisters today. The 25th verse reads, Wherefore say unto them, Thus said Yahweh Elohim, ye eat with the blood, and lift up your eyes toward your idols, and shed blood, and shall ye possess the land? Ye stand upon your sword, ye work abominations, and you defile every one his neighbor's wife, and shall you possess the land? Say thy thus unto them, thus said Yahweh Elohim, as I live, surely they that are in the wastes shall fall by the sword, and him that is in the open field will I give to the beasts to be devoured. And they that be in the forts and in the caves shall die of the pestilence. For I will lay the land most desolate. It was a 70-year desolation, and the prompt of her strength shall cease. And the mountains of Israel shall be desolate, that none shall pass through. Then shall they know that I am Yahweh, when I have laid the land most desolate because of all their abominations which they have committed. Not going to commit, but they already did it. They had already did the trespass in their own land. Also, thou son of man, the children of thy people still are talking against thee by the wall and in the doors of the house, and speak one to another, every one to his brother. And that's how they speak today. Many people going to speak against this truth, even though every word is authorized by thus said Yahweh. It tells us, and speak one to another, every one to his brother, saying, come, I pray thee, let's listen to the house of Yisrael presentation. It reads, come, I pray you, and hear what is the word that come forth from Yahweh. The 31st verse reads and confirms, and they come into thee as the people come, and they sit before thee as my people, calling themselves Israel, calling themselves set apart, calling themselves sanctified, calling themselves holy. It says, and they sit before thee as my people. And they hear thy words. You ain't added a word, nor have you diminished aught from all that Yahweh said. So Yahweh is the witness. He telling us they hear it. But they will not do them. For with their mouth they show much love. Hallelujah. Let Yahweh be magnified. Let's give Yahweh the benefit of the doubt. Let's do the best we can. But their heart goes after their covetousness. And lo, thy art unto them as a very lovely song. It can't be nothing but lovely if you are truly prophesying, thus said Yahweh. Of one that have a pleasant voice and can play well on an instrument. Like they go to all these concerts and listen to all these Hebrew Israelite singers. For they hear thy words, but they do them not. They heard you say, he that defiled the Sabbath day should die. They do it not. They heard you say that all the tithes only came from the land of promise, and that you were not to rob your brothers and sisters, but they do it anyway. It reads, but they do them not. And when this come to pass, for it has came, we are studying and reading about the history of these people. Thus, it reads in the 33rd verse, and when this come to pass, lo, it will come, according to Deuteronomy 18 and 18. Then shall they know that a prophet had been among them. Now let us turn our holy scriptures to 2 Chronicles. For 2 Chronicles is found before the book of Ezra. It is found after the book of Kings. And many times when we wanted to know our history, especially those that had forgotten, they consulted the chronicles of the kings of Israel and Yehuda, and they found out exactly the history of their brothers, of their fathers, of their wives, of the priests, of the prophet, and it allows us to know if we all turn to 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter. And let's pick up at the very first verse. 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter, the very first verse, and we will read to the 23rd verse. And it reads, Then the people of the land took Jehoahaz, the son of Josiah, and made him king in his father's stead in Jerusalem. Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem. Short reign. And the king of Egypt put him down at Jerusalem and condemned the land in 100 talents of silver and a talent of gold. And the king of Egypt made Eliakim, his brother, king over Yehuda and Jerusalem, and turned his name to Jehoiakim. As I stated earlier, Jehoiakim's name was Eliakim. And Necho took Jehoahaz, his brother, and carried him to Egypt. Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. And he did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh his Elohim. Against him came up Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and bound him in feathers to carry him to Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar also carried of the vessels of the house of Yahweh to Babylon, and put them in his temple at Babylon. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoiakim and his abominations, which he did, and that which was found in him, behold, Israel, they are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Yehuda. And Jehoiakim, his son, reigned in his stead. Jehoiakim was 8 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months and 10 days in Jerusalem. And he did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh. And when the year was expired, King Nebuchadnezzar sent and brought him to Babylon with the goodly vessels of the house of Yahweh, and made Zedekiah, his brother, king over Yehuda and Jerusalem. Zedekiah, don't forget, Zedekiah was once known as Mattaniah. In the 11th verse it reads, Zedekiah was 21 years old when he began to reign, and reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. And he did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh his Elohim. And note, humble not himself before Jeremiah, because these words was devastating. Don't forget, they wanted to kill Jeremiah. According to Jeremiah 18, it says, before Jeremiah the prophet, speaking from the mouth of Yahweh. And he also rebelled. This Zedekiah rebelled against the king of Nebuchadnezzar. That is the covenant, who had made him swear by Elohim. That denoted the covenant and the oath. But he stiffened his neck and hardened his heart from turning into Yahweh Elohim of Israel. Moreover, all the chiefs of the priests and the people transgressed very much after all the abominations of the heathen, and polluted the house of Yahweh, which he had hallowed in Jerusalem. And Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, sent to them by his messengers, rising up betimes and sending, because he had compassion upon his people and on his dwelling place. But they mocked the messenger. They was going to kill Jeremiah of Elohim, and despised his words, and misused his prophets, until the wrath of Yahweh arose against his people, till there was no remedy. Therefore he brought upon them the king of the Chaldees, who slew their young men with the sword in the house of their sanctuary, and had no compassion upon young men or maidens, old men or him that stooped for age. He gave them all into his hand. And all the vessels of the house of Elohim, great and small, and the treasures of the house of Yahweh, and the treasures of the kings, and of his princesses, all these he brought to Babylon. And they burnt the house of Elohim, and brake down the walls of Jerusalem, and burnt all the palaces thereof with fire, and destroyed all the goodly vessels thereof. And them that had escaped, please take note, from the sword, carried he away to Babylon, where they, the Israelites, were servants to him and his sons, and to the reign of the kingdom of Persia. All right, here go a keynote. They were captives all the way up to the reign of Persia. It does not say they were captives in the reign of Persia, because that would go against the former prophets in their prophecy. Thus it reads in the 21st verse, as it stated, they was carried away to Babylon, where they were servants to him and his sons, until the reign of the kingdom of Persia. For what? It reads in the 21st verse, to fulfill what we read in the law in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the 34th verse, the 35th verse, and the 43rd verse. Thus the 21st verse reads, to fulfill the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah, until the land had enjoyed her Sabbaths. For as long as the land lied desolate, she kept Sabbath, to fulfill the same amount of days or years that Israel spent in Babylon. Thus it reads, 3 scores, which is 60, a score is 20, 40, 60, and 10 years. You add 10 to 60, you got 70 years, as prophesied. The 22nd verse reads, now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of Yahweh spoken by the mouth of Jeremiah might be accomplished. Yahweh stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia. Why? That he might put us in captivity, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom. And his kingdom consists of India to Ethiopia. He had 127 provinces, and put it also in writing, saying, thus said Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth have Yahweh Elohim of heaven given me, and have charged me to build him an house in Jerusalem, which is in Yehuda. Who is there among you? Please take note who all was willing to come and who all was able to lead. Who is there among you of all his people? Yahweh, his Elohim, be with him and let him go up. So we see throughout the kings, throughout the prophets, throughout the chronicles, the history of Israel going into captivity, as we about to see how they will return. For we find ourselves in chronological order. The very next book is none other than the prophet, the scribe of the law, Ezra. So let's pick up at the very first chapter, the very first verse. And it reads, in confirmation. Now, in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled. Yahweh stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and put it also in writing, saying, thus said Cyrus, king of Persia, Yahweh Elohim of heaven, have given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he hath charged me to build him an house at Jerusalem, which is in Yehuda. Who is there among you of all his people? It allows us to know all his people could have returned this day, but they all didn't. And it don't really tell us why they all didn't. It just allows us to know that they all didn't. And that is based on what prophecy that Isaiah had made earlier, and you can find that prophecy in Isaiah 52, verse 12, where it allowed us to know that all the people would not leave at once, that they would not leave in haste, as they did when they left Egypt captivity. Thus it reads again in the third verse, who is there among you of all his people? His Elohim be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Yehuda, and build a house of Yahweh, Elohim of Israel. He is the Elohim, which is in Jerusalem. And whosoever remains, please take note, it allows us to know that people remain. Everybody didn't go up at once. It was over 3 different events where the children of Israel returned. Even though, and I'm saying that in our scriptures, while there may have been many groups of exiles that returned to Jerusalem from Babylon, scripture speaks only of 3. The first group returned in 536 BC under the leadership of Zerubbabel. The second in 457 BC under Ezra. And the third in 444 BC under Nehemiah. It also tells us that Ezra denotes and tells of the first 2 groups of exile. And then in these scriptures, we got long periods of time that is not even discussed. So again, We left off at the 4th verse. I would like to continue to read the 5th verse, and it says, Then rose up the chief of the fathers of Yehuda and Benjamin, and the priests and the Levites, with all them whose spirit Elohim raised to go up to build the house. So here's the answer. That spirit wasn't on many of those people, and they didn't have it in their heart to build that great city nor that house. But Yahweh had placed the spirit on many of them, and they to go up to build the house of Yahweh, which is in Jerusalem. And all they that were about them strengthened their hands with vessels of silver, with gold, the people that didn't go, with goods, and with beasts, and with precious things besides all that was willingly offered. Also Cyrus the king brought forth, please take note, the vessels of the house of Yahweh, which Nebuchadnezzar had brought forth out of Jerusalem, and had put them in the house of his God. Even those did Cyrus, king of Persia, bring forth by the hand of Mitritha, the treasurer, and numbered them to Sheshbazzar, the prince of Yehuda. And this is the number of them: 30 changes of gold, and 1,000 changes of silver, 9 and 20 knives, 30 basins of gold, silver basins of a second sort, 410, and other vessels of 1,000. All the vessels of gold and of silver were 5,400. All these did Sheshbazzar bring up with them of the captivity that were brought up from Babylon into Jerusalem. It also tells us in the 2nd chapter, the first 2 verses, it reads, Now these are the children of the province that went up out of the captivity of those which had been carried away, whom Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, had carried away into Babylon, and came again into Jerusalem, and Yehuda, every one into his city. The 2nd verse, which came with Zerubbabel, Joshua, Nehemiah, Shariah, Realiah, Mordecai, Belshan, Masphar, Bigva, Rehum, Benin, the number of the men of the people of Israel. And then it gives you further names. I don't want to mess up these great names, so read them at your spare time from the 3rd verse all the way to the 61st verse. And then the 62nd verse picks up and says, These sought their register among those that were reckoned by genealogy, but they were not found. Therefore were they, as polluted, put from the priesthood. And it allows us to know, even for our brothers and sisters today, that teach that they are priests, that teach that they are Levites, that teach that they are Benjamin and Dan and all these things. That is your opinion. Until you can produce a record of genealogy, you are only giving us your opinion. For Yahweh requires that which has passed. There is no new thing under the sun. Thus the 63rd verse reads, And the Tarshita said unto them, which is the governor, that they should not eat of the most holy things, till there stood up a priest with Urim and the Thummim. And those priests was with Zerubbabel, and his name was Joshua. The whole congregation together was 42,303 scores, besides their servants and their maids, and of whom there were 7,337. And there were among them 200 singing men and singing women. Their horses were 7 736, their mules 245, their camels 435, their asses 6,720, and some of the chiefs of the fathers, when they came to the house of Yahweh, which is at Jerusalem, offered freely for the house of Elohim, to set it up in its place. They gave after their ability into the treasures of the work 61,000 drums of gold, and 5,000 pounds of silver, and 100 priests' garments. So the priests and the Levites and some of the people and the singers and the porters and the Nithiums dwelt in their cities, and all Israel in their cities. It also tells us, by way of history, what transpired in the days of Ezra and the place thereof, if we pick up at the 3rd chapter. And let's read the first 7 verses. And it reads, and when the 7th moon was, and the children of Israel were in the cities, the people gathered themselves as one to Jerusalem. Then stood up Joshua and his brethren, the priest Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and his brethren, and built the altar of Elohim of Israel, to offer burnt offerings thereon, as it is written in the law of Moses, the man of Elohim. And they set the altar upon its bases, for fear was upon them, because of the people of those countries. And they offered burnt offerings thereon to Yahweh, even burnt offerings morning, evening. They kept also the feasts of tabernacles, as it is written, and offered the daily burnt offerings by number, according to the custom, as the duty of every day requires. Afterwards, offered, and note, as the duty of every day requires. So when they kept the Sabbath, when they said Shabbat Shalom, they made sure that the sacrifice was made as commanded. Not so today with our brothers. All we do is confirm 6 days shall thy work, and the 7th day thou shalt rest. That's all they confirm. It continues to read, and afterwards offer the continuing burnt offering both of the new moons and of all the set feasts of Yahweh that was consecrated. And note where they are at doing these things. And everyone that willingly offered a free will offering unto Yahweh. From the first day of the 7th moon begin they to offer burnt offerings unto Yahweh. But the foundation of the temple of Yahweh was not yet laid. They gave money also unto the masons, and to the carpenters, and meat and drink, and all unto them of Zidon, and to them Atari, to bring cedar trees from Lebanon, to the sea of Joppa, according to the grant that they had of Cyrus, king of Persia. So far, we see how Persia reacted toward the Israelites based on this spirit and this great prophecy that Yahweh placed upon their fathers, which was none other than Cyrus. And we can find his name again, Isaiah prophecy found in the 44th chapter and the 45th chapter. It also tells us if we take a look I'll read a little more. It tells us in the 8th verse of the 3rd chapter of Ezra. Now, in the 2nd year of their coming into the house of Elohim, this 2 years done passed, at Jerusalem, in the 2nd month, began Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Joshua, the son of Jozadak, and the remnant of their brethren, the priests and the Levites, and all they that were come out of the captivity. There is no testimony where Israel kept the Sabbath in any of their captivities, because Yahweh never commanded them to do so. But we have testimony after testimony that the Israelites kept the feast days, the Sabbaths, and everything else Yahweh commanded once they entered back into their land with that spirit upon them under the covenant of the law. Thus it reads, and appointed the Levites from 20 years old and upward to set forward the work of the house of Yahweh. Then stood Joshua with his sons and his brethren, Kemuel and his sons, the sons of Yehudah, together to set forward the workmen in the house of Elohim, the sons of Henadad, with sons, and their brethren, the Levites. And when the builders laid the foundation of the temple of Yahweh, they set the priests in their apparel with trumpets, and the Levites, the sons of Asher, with timbrels, to praise Yahweh after the ordinance of David, king of Israel. And they sung together by chorus, and praising and giving thanks unto Yahweh, just like our brother Yamin did with Psalms 33 and 34. Because he is good, for his mercy endures forever toward Israel. And all the people shouted with a great shout when they praised Yahweh, because the foundation of the house of Yahweh was laid. And before I continue to read further, I would love to go Zechariah. We would hold this page. We're going to come right back and read the last. I'll just go ahead and read it. It says in the 12th verse, but many of the priests and Levites and chiefs of the fathers, who were ancient men that had seen the first house, when the foundation of this house was laid before their eyes, wept with a loud voice, and many shouted aloud for joy, so that the people could not discern the noise of the shout of joy from the noise of the weeping of the people. For the people shouted with a loud shout, and the noise were heard afar off. And I just wanted to establish with Zechariah 4, verse 7, that this truth was already prophesied and already foretold by the great prophet Zechariah. He confirmed the same things. And if we take a quick look, we're going to go back, right back in the book of Ezra. So hold this page, and let's just take a quick look in the book of Zechariah, the 4th chapter. Zechariah, the 4th chapter. And let's witness and confirm what the great prophet Zechariah said. And Zechariah was living during this time. Zechariah was one of those that came up out of Babylon. Zechariah was one of them that Yahweh placed his spirit upon to go back and build the temple. Thus it tells us in Zechariah, the 4th chapter, the 7th verse. And I'll start at the 6th and read to the 7th, or read to the 9th, and read to the 10th. Zechariah, the 4th chapter. Let's pick up at the 6th verse and read to the 10th, and it reads, Then he answered and spake unto me, saying, This is the word of Yahweh, and to Zerubbabel, saying, Not by might, nor by power, but by my spirit, said Yahweh of hosts. Who art thou, O great mountain? Before Zerubbabel. thou shalt become a plain, and he shall bring forth the headstone thereof, with the shoutings, crying, grace, grace into it. We just read that. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, the hands of Zerubbabel have laid the foundation of this house. His hands shall also finish it, and thou shalt know that Yahweh of hosts has sent me into you. For who hath despised the days of small things? And many of them did. We just heard them. Some of them was crying out. For they shall rejoice and shall see the plummet in the hand of Zerubbabel. With those 7, they are the eyes of Yahweh, which run to and fro through the whole earth. So just confirmation of what we just read in Ezra, the 3rd chapter. It also tells us in Ezra, if we take a look at the 4th chapter, continuing with this history, showing that no one is contradicting one another, because every word of Elohim is pure. Thus, we have a history that allows us to know how Yahweh dealt with his children and how the Israelites lived in their land and neighboring lands once they was recipients of salvation from the Babylonian captivity. Thus, let's pick up at Ezra, the 4th chapter. Give me 1 second, please. It continues to prophesy in the book of Ezra. If we take a look at the 4th chapter, I would like to read the first 3 verses of Ezra, the 4th chapter. And please read whatever I don't read in your spare time. Read the totality of what is being said. I have just chosen these particular chapters and verses to establish the story, to be able to show a history of the Israelites after captivity. So I'm not using every chapter and verse. Time would not even allow that. So I have chosen, as I read in Ecclesiastes, the 12th chapter, acceptable words to bring forth this history of Israel dealings after captivity. So right now, we should find ourselves in Ezra, the 4th chapter, and I would love to read the first 4 verses. Well, I'll read the first 5 verses, and it reads, Now when the adversaries of Yehuda and Benjamin heard that the children of the captivity builded the temple unto Yahweh Elohim of Israel, then they came to Zerubbabel, to the chief of the fathers, and said unto them, Let us build with you, for we seek your Elohim, as you do, and we do sacrifice unto him, since the days of Esar-Haddon, king of Assur, which brought us up hither. But Zerubbabel and Joshua and the rest of the chiefs of the fathers of Israel said unto them, You have nothing to do with us to build an house and to our Elohim, but we ourselves together will build unto Yahweh Elohim of Israel, as King Cyrus, the king of Persia, hath commanded us. Then the people of the land weakened the hands of the people of Yehuda and troubled them in building. Well, we have scriptures talking about in troubled times that this house will be built. And these are the times. We actually showing the history. It continues to read, and hired counselors against them to frustrate their purpose. All the days, note, for there was a stop in the building of the house. And all the days of Cyrus, king of Persia, even until the reign of Darius, king of Persia. And in the reign of Ahasuerus. Well, this name here is found in the book of Esther. In the beginning of his reign. So it's letting us know that the temple has stopped being built all the way up until the reign of Darius, king of Persia. And then in the 6th verse it reads, and in the reign of Ahasuerus. In the beginning of his reign. Well, in the book of Esther, it denotes the beginning of his reign. And this is a proof that Ahasuerus was under the same decree that Cyrus was under. Wrote they into him an accusation against the inhabitants of Yehuda and Jerusalem. And in the days of Artaxerxes, wrote Beshlam, Mathurda, Tibel, and the rest of their companions. These are Persians. And to Artaxerxes, king of Persia. And the writing of the letter was written in Syrian tongue and interpreted in the Syrian tongue. Rehum, counselor, and Shimshai, the scribe, wrote a letter against Jerusalem to Artaxerxes, the king, in this sort. I will pick up at the 11th verse, and it reads, this is the copy of the letter that they sent unto him, even into Artaxerxes, the king, thy servants, the men on this side the river, and at such a time be it known unto the king that the Hebrews which came up from thee to us are come to Jerusalem, building, note what it is called, and you should know why it is called this, because the great prophet Ezekiel prophesied against these people and against this city, and he called it a rebellious nation. Thus it reads, to us are come into Jerusalem, building the rebellious and the bad city, and have set up the walls thereof, and joint the foundations. Be it known now unto the king, that if this city be builded and the walls set up again, then will they not pay toll, tribute, custom, and so thou shalt endamage the revenue of the king. Now, because we have maintained maintenance from the king's palace, and it was not met for us to see the king's dishonor, therefore have we sent and certified the king. That search the chronicles of the Persians, that search may be made in the books of the records of thy fathers. So shall thou find in the book of the records, and know that this city is a rebellious city, and hurtful into kings and provinces, and that they have moved sedition within the same of old times, for which cause was this city destroyed. We certify the king that if this city be built again, and the walls thereof set up, by this means thou shalt have no portion on this side the river. And why? Why not? because they will be considered an independent kingdom under their own rules, under their own laws, governing themselves therein. Thus it reads, Then sent the king an answer, and to Rehum the counselor, and to Shimshah the scribe, and to the rest of their companions that dwelled in Samaria, and unto the rest beyond the river, peace, and at such time. The letter which ye sent unto us hath been plainly read before me, and I commanded, and search had been made, and it is found that this city of old times had made insurrection against kings, and that rebellion and sedition have been made therein. There have been mighty kings also over Jerusalem, which have ruled over all countries beyond the river, talking about David and Solomon, and told tribute and custom was paid unto them. Give ye now commandment to cause these men to cease, and that this city be not built, until another commandment shall be given from me. Take heed now that ye fail not to do this. Why should damage grow to the hurt of the kings? Now, when the copy of the king, Artaxerxes' letter was read before him, and Shimshah the scribe and their companions, they went up in haste to Jerusalem and to the Hebrews, and made them to cease by force and power. Then ceased the work of the house of Elohim, which is at Jerusalem. So it ceased into the 2nd year of the reign of Darius, king of Persia. And it allows us to know, according to verse 24, 16 years passed it between the line of the foundation of the temple, which we read in chapter 3, and the 2nd year of the reign of Darius. So that was actually 16 years. And then it tells us in the 5th chapter, and it reads at the very first verse, allowing us to know what transpired, allowing us to know and see a greater history of our fathers that many of us have not seen in our books, even though we carry this book with us each and every day. The 5th chapter, the 1st verse reads, Then the prophet Haggai, the prophet, and Zechariah, the son of Adu, prophesied unto the Hebrews that were in Yehuda and Jerusalem, not in captivity, in the name of Elohim of Israel, even unto them. And note, your brother have taught the book of Malachi, the book of Zechariah, the book of Haggai, the book of Nehemiah, the book of Esther, the book of Ezra. All those books are during the times of the Israelites back home from captivity. None of those books denote them being in captivity. They're home. And you see the characters, the main characters of the book. And it says again in the 5th chapter, the 1st verse, Then the prophets, Haggai, the prophet, Zechariah, the son of Adu, prophesied unto the Hebrews that were in Yehuda, not in Babylon, and Jerusalem, in the name of the Elohim of Israel, even unto them. Then rose up Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Joshua, the son of Josadak, and began to build the house of Elohim, which is at Jerusalem, and with them were the prophets of Elohim helping them. It also tells us in this great chapter, the 5th chapter, if we pick up at the 14th verse, let's start at the 13th verse. at the 12th verse. Let's go start at the 12th verse, and let's read to the 17th verse. Time is catching up with me. We got a couple more books. The 12th verse says, in the 5th chapter of Ezra, but after that our fathers had provoked the Elohim of heaven into wrath, he gave them into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, the Chaldeans, who destroyed this house and carried the people away into Babylon. But in the first year of Cyrus, the king of Babylon, the same King Cyrus made a decree. It should have read the king of Persia, but many of your books you will find the king of Babylon. The same King Cyrus made a decree to build his house, to build this house of Elohim. And the vessels also of gold and silver of the house of Elohim, which Nebuchadnezzar took out of the temple that was in Jerusalem and brought them into the temple of Babylon, those did Cyrus the king take out of the temple of Babylon. And they were delivered into one whose name was Sheshbazzar, whom he had made governor. And said unto him, take these vessels, go, carry them into the temple that is in Jerusalem, and let the house of Elohim be built in his place. Then came the same Sheshbazzar and laid the foundation of the house of Elohim, which is in Jerusalem, and since that time, even until now, have it been in building, and yet it is not finished. Now, therefore, if it seem good to the king, let there be search, you go another search, in the Chronicles or the book of the Chronicles of the Persians. Let there be search made in the king's treasure house, which is there at Babylon, whether it be so that a decree was made of Cyrus. So all of the kings of Persia had to follow the main king, and that was Cyrus the Great. The king to build this house of Elohim at Jerusalem, and let the king send his pleasure to us concerning this matter. The 6th verse, the 1st chapter, and note, he was dealing with Cyrus to see what Cyrus said, but the 6th chapter, the 1st verse, read in this wise. Then Darius, the king, made a decree, and search was made in the house of the robes, where the treasures were laid up in Babylon. And there was found at Mecca in the palace, that is, in the province of the Medes, a roll, and therein was a record thus written. And note what was found on the record. In the 1st year of Cyrus, the king, the same Cyrus, the king made a decree concerning the house of Elohim at Jerusalem. Let the house be builded, the place where they offer sacrifices, and let the foundation thereof be strongly laid, the height thereof 80 cubits, and the breadth thereof 80 cubits, with 3 rolls of great stones, and a roll of new timber, and let the expenses be given, note, out of the king's house, and also let the golden and silver vessels of the house of Elohim, which Nebuchadnezzar took forth out of the temple, which is at Jerusalem, and brought into Babylon, be restored, and brought again into the temple, which is at Jerusalem, everyone to his place, and placed them in the house of Elohim. Now, therefore, Tani, governor beyond the river, Sheptar, Bani, and your companions, the Aphrasites, which are beyond the river, be ye far from thence. Let the work of this house of Elohim alone. Let the governor of the Hebrews and the elders of the Hebrews build this house of Elohim in his place. Moreover, I made a decree, what ye shall do to the elders of these Hebrews for the building of this house of Elohim. that of the king's goods, even of the tribute beyond the river, forthwith expenses be given unto these men, that they be not hindered, and that which they have need of, both young bullocks and rams and lambs, for the burnt offerings of the Elohim of heaven, wheat, salt, wine, and oil, according to the appointment of the priests, which are at Jerusalem, let it be given them day by day without fail, that they may offer sacrifice of sweet savor unto the Elohim of heaven, and pray for the life of the king and of his sons. Also I have made a decree that whosoever shall alter this word, let timber be pulled down from his house, and being set up, let him be hung thereon, and let his house, let him be hung thereon. And that's what happened to the enemies of Yahweh. And when we get into the book of Esther, this man Haman will wind up being an enemy, and he's going to wind up being hung thereon. It tells us, Israel, again in the 11th verse, also I have made a decree that whosoever shall alter this word, let timber be pulled down from his house, and being set up, let him be hung thereon, and let his house be made a dunghill for this. And the Elohim that have caused his name to dwell there destroy all kings and people. Please take note. Ahasuerus had no choice. If he didn't help Mordecai, and if he didn't help Hadassah or Esther, then he would have been destroyed anyway. It reads, that shall be put their hand to alter and to destroy this house of Elohim, which is at Jerusalem. I, Darius, have made a decree. Let it be done with speed. And then it tells us in the 7th chapter, if we read the 1st verse, and it reads, now after these things, in the reign of Artaxerxes, king of Persia, Ezra the son of Shariah, the son of Azariah, the son of Hilkiah. And then it picks up in the 6th verse, this Ezra went up from Babylon, and he was a ready scribe in the law of Moses, which Yahweh Elohim of Israel had given. And the king grant him all his requests, according to the hand of Yahweh his Elohim upon him. Note how these kings of Persia keep granting all these requests. And all of them is honor, because of the spirit that Yahweh have upon these men, even though they foreigners. It reads, the 7th verse, and there went up some of the children of Israel, and of the priests, and the Levites, and singers, and porters, and Nithiums, into Jerusalem, in the 7th year of Artaxerxes the king. And he came to Jerusalem in the 5th month, which was in the 7th year of the king. And it denotes 58 years later. For upon the 1st day of the 1st moon began he to go up from Babylon. And on the 1st day of the 5th moon came he to Jerusalem, according to the good hand of his Elohim upon him. For Ezra had prepared his heart to seek the law. Well, we teach that we seeking the law today. Well, let's see, did Ezra do it in Babylon? Or did he do it in the kingdom of Persia? It reads, for Ezra had prepared his heart to seek the law of Yahweh, and to do it as commanded, and to teach in Israel statutes and judgment. And that's where all was commanded to be done, in the land of Israel. And that's exactly what Ezra did. Now, this is the copy of the letter that the king Artaxerxes gave into Ezra. Here go another one. The priest, the scribe, even the scribe of the words of the commandments of Yahweh and of his statutes to Israel. Artaxerxes, king of kings, and to Ezra the priest, a scribe of the law of the Elohim of heaven, perfect peace, and at such a time I make a decree that all they of the people of Israel and of his priests and the Levites in my realm, which are minded of their own free will to go up to Jerusalem, go with thee. For as much as thou art sent of the king and of his 7 counselors to inquire concerning Yehuda and Jerusalem according to the law of thy Elohim, which is in thy hand, and to carry the silver and gold which the king and his counselors have freely offered unto the Elohim of Israel, whose habitation is in Jerusalem. And all the silver and gold that thou can find in all the province of Babylon, with the free will offering of the people and of the priests, offering willingly for the house of their Elohim, which is in Jerusalem. That thou mayest buy speedily with this money bullock, rams, lambs, with their meat offerings and their drink offerings, and offer them upon the altar of the house of your Elohim, which is in Jerusalem. And whatsoever shall seem good to thee and to thy brethren, to do with the rest of the silver and the gold that do after the will of your Elohim. The vessels also that are given thee for the service of the house of thy Elohim, who delivered thy before the Elohim of Jerusalem. Let's skip down to the 24th verse. Please read it all in its entirety. Due to time restraint, it's 9 o'clock already. Let's go to the 24th verse of the 7th chapter of Ezra, and it reads, Also, we certify you that touching any of the priests, the Levites, singers, porters, Nethiums, or ministers of this house of Elohim, it shall not be lawful to impose toll, tribute, or custom upon them. Why not? Because they find they butt back in their land on the other side of the river under the covenant of the law. Thus the 25th verse reads, And thy Ezra, after the wisdom of thy Elohim, and the wisdom that Yahweh had on Ezra was not to keep his law in Babylon. It was not to keep his law in Persia, but it was to keep his law, teach his law in the land that the Israelites possessed, which was on the other side of the river. Thus the 25th verse reads, And thy Ezra, after the wisdom of thy Elohim, that is in thy hand, set magistrates and judges, which may judge all the people. What, in your land? No, it reads, all the people that are beyond the river, all such as know the laws of thy Elohim, and teach you them that know them not. Now, how was they under the covenant of the law, and they didn't even know it? I just accused us of that. We are the only people that teach we're under the covenant of the law and do not understand nor know the stipulations thereof. We have entered into a contract and learning and seeing the small letters after we have agreed. That is terrible. And no people do that. Even this foreign king know that that was not done. But those that's in the land that find themselves under the covenant of the law, look what it tells this man to do. It reads in the 26th verse, And whosoever will not do the law of thy Elohim and the law of the king, and the law of the king is just don't bother them people. Make sure them people got significant needs to do whatever they need to do. And and telling Ezra to make sure them people do what the Elohim of heaven told them. Thus it reads in this 26th verse, and whosoever will not do the law of thy Elohim and the law of the king, let judgment be executed speedily. And we just read. And Ecclesiastes, the 9th chapter, about them laws being executed speedily. It reads, upon him, whether it be into death. Well, you can't kill a man today in this man's land. That's why I love to bring up he that defiled the Sabbath day should die. I'm trying to let you know you can't govern yourself with this law in this man's land. Or to banishment, or to confiscation of goods, or to imprisonment. Blessed be Yahweh Elohim of our fathers, which have put, look how Ezra is speaking about this man and the decree, which had put such a thing as this in the king's heart, to beautify the house of Yahweh, which is in Jerusalem, and have extended mercy unto me before the king. Same with Ahasuerus, same with Nehemiah, all of these people, Ezra, all these people had mercy extended to them. It says, and have extended mercy unto me before the king and his counselors, and before all the king's mighty princes. And I was strengthened as the hand of Yahweh my Elohim was upon me. And I gathered together out of Israel chief men to go up with me. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look at the 8th chapter, and let's pick up at the 21st verse, the 8th chapter. And it tells us in the 8th chapter, the 21st verse, then I proclaimed a fast there at the river of Ahava, that we might afflict ourselves before our Elohim, to seek of him a right way for us and for our little ones and for all our substance. For I was ashamed to require of the king a band of soldiers and horsemen to help us against the enemy in the way, because we had spoken unto the king, saying, we're going to be saved out of this. It reads, the hand of our Elohim is upon all them, for good that seek him. But his power and his wrath is against all them that forsake him. So we fasted and besought our Elohim for this, and he was entreated of us. Then I separated 12 of the chiefs of the priests, Sherebiah, Hazabiah, and 10 of their brethren with them, and weighed it into them the silver and the gold and the vessels, even the offerings of the house of our Elohim, with the king and his counselors and his lords, and all Israel were present. Israel there present had offered. Let's skip down some. It tells us in the 34th verse, by number and by weight of every one, and all the weight was written at that time. Also the children of those that had been carried away, which were come out of the captivity, offered burnt offerings unto the Elohim of Israel, 12 bullocks for all Israel, 96 rams, 77 lambs, 12 he goats for a sin offering. All this was a burnt offering unto Yahweh. And they delivered the king's commissions and to the king's lieutenants and to the governors on this side the river. And they furthered the people in the house of Elohim. The 9th and the 10th chapter deals with them getting rid of the people that had entered marriage with the pagans. And it shows what all they did. I will pick up on that. Read it in your spare time. It's found in the 9th and the 10th chapter, the last 2 chapters of Ezra. But I will speak on that or read that again in the book of Nehemiah. So right now, let's find ourselves in the book of Nehemiah, chapter 1, verse 1. Chronological order. There is no room to add or take away from this great history showing how the Israelites lived and what they endured after they came out of that 70-year captivity. And so far, we do not find them back in captivity. We don't find them in the Persian captivity. But instead, we find request after request being honored. And it is only being honored because the Almighty have the Spirit on his people and these Persians, from their dads all the way to their sons. Thus, it tells us in Nehemiah, the 1st chapter, the 1st verse, the word of Nehemiah, the son of Hakaliah, and it came to pass in the month Shizu, in the 12th year, as I was in Shushan the palace, that Hananiah, one of my brethren, came, he and certain men of Yehuda, and I asked them concerning the Hebrews that had escaped, which were left of the captivity. And people left, escaped out of the captivity of the desolation. Those people that was left in the desolation coming to these people, telling them or telling Nehemiah the condition thereof. Thus it reads, and concerning Jerusalem. And they said unto me, the remnant, those that are left of the captivity there in the province, are in great affliction and reproach. The wall of Jerusalem also is broken down, and the gates thereof are burnt with fire. And it came to pass, when I heard these words, that I sat down and wept, and mourned certain days, and fasted, and prayed before the Elohim of heaven, and said, I beseech thee, Yahweh Elohim of heaven, the great and terrible Elohim, that keeps covenants and mercy for them that love him and observe his commandments. Let thy ear now be attentive and thy eyes open, that thou mayest hear the prayer of thy servant, which I pray before thee, now day and night, for the children of Israel, thy servants, and confess the sins, and confess the sins of the children of Israel, which we have sinned against thee. Both I and my father's house have sinned. We have dwelt very corruptly against thee, and have not kept the commandments, nor statutes, nor the judgments, which thou commanded thy servant Moses. Remember, I beg of thee, the word that thou commandest thy servant Moses, saying, if ye transgress. So these people know the law. These people remember what has happened, and they are bringing up what Yahweh has said aforetime. If you break my law, as we showed in 2 Chronicles, not today, but you can write it down and look it up, 2 Chronicles 30, verse 9. It talks about the people returning to Yahweh while they are in the land. And if they did, then Yahweh will show compassion upon your brothers, your children that is in captivity. He never told them in captivity to keep his law, and then he would show compassion and bring you back home. That ain't what it says. So you got to refer this to some people in the land. That's what Nehemiah is praying about. Nehemiah ain't praying about some people in captivity. He praying about some people in the land. Even though they still might be people not in captivity, but out of their land. And the Almighty said, I will bring them back into their land. Well, let's keep reading. It says, in the last sentence of the 8th verse, I will scatter you abroad among the nations. But if you turn into me and keep my commandments and do them, that's the commandments, the statutes, the judgments, it says, and do them, though there were of you. And I can't read that good, but I understand this. And you should understand this every time you read it. It tells us, though there were of you cast out. Now, this is Nehemiah bringing up what Yahweh has said, what Yahweh has promised. It reads, though there were of you cast out into the uttermost parts of the heaven, yet will I gather them from this. If you, he's talking about what's going on in Jerusalem, not what's going on in Babylon. So he's bringing up what Yahweh has said. And you have said, Yahweh, if we return back into thee and do all that thou said, you will have compassion upon our brothers, our wives, our children that find themselves scattered. It reads, for those that have eyes that can see, though there were of you cast out into the uttermost part of the heaven, yet will I gather them from thence and will bring them into the place that I have chosen to set my name. Now these are thy servants. But where the servants at? They in the land, being afflicted by their own brothers. It reads, now these are thy servants and thy people whom thou hast redeemed by thy great power and by thy strong hand. O Yahweh, I beg of thee, let thy ear be attentive to the prayer of thy servant and to the prayer of thy servants who desire to fear thy name and prosper. I pray thee, thy servant this day, and grant him mercy in the sight of this man. For I was the king's cupbearer. The 2nd chapter allows us to know it was granted. And it's going to be granted because Yahweh has already spoken. He already got those words. We read it out the mouth of the prophets. So all these things that was asked to be granted is going to be granted. They can't refuse it. The only one that refused it, and you're going to have to study deeper into the history, the history of the Persians, was one that tried to set itself up on the throne. That was the only time it was refused. But then we read later on in retrospect, Darius or Artaxerxes looked in the records, and they found what Darius said at the beginning, and he reestablished the decree. There's only one instance where the Persian king did not give the honor. And he was one that tried to sit up on the throne until Darius II became ruler. And I read that in the beginning of our presentation. It's recorded. So it makes up for the time it took for them to reestablish or or to continue the building of the temple. But all the real sons of Cyrus, once they did diligent search, they all agreed that whatever these people asked for, if it's in our will, if it's in our hand, we're going to give it to them. They had the spirit to do so. The same way, hopefully it ain't taking your mind too far off, but the same way when the Almighty came and saved Moses and the children of Israel out of Egypt, the Almighty said that this man will not let you go. And he told them why. Can't no man, foreigner or none, do more than what Yahweh want them to do. But he said, I'm going to use Pharaoh. I'm going to harden his heart where he don't let you go. If it was up to him, he would have been let you go. But I'm hardening his heart that I may show you my might, my wonders, my marvel, and my stretched out hand. And when I'm done, you going to know I'm Elohim, and he going to know I'm Elohim. So don't no kings have any power outside of Yahweh. Yahweh is the governor of all kingdoms. He is the maker. Thus it tells us, I want to have this on the recording, what is found in the 5th chapter. Because we spoke on this last week, and a lot of people thought the oppression that Hananiah was telling Nehemiah was based on captivity. And we had to let them know, no, it was not. This is the oppression that was done in the land. And this is what Hananiah and the men that was with him is complaining to Nehemiah all about. Thus it tells us in the 5th chapter. Ooh, I'm going to have to hurry up because I still want to speak a little bit on Esther, and we can close on that note. It tells us in Nehemiah 5. And there was a great cry of the people and of their wives against their brethren, the Hebrews. So that's what he's talking about. He ain't talking about what the Persians doing. He definitely ain't talking about what the Babylonians doing, because the Babylonians is destroyed at this time. Their kingdom has been taken and occupied by the Persians. So again, Nehemiah 5:1 tells us, and there was a great cry of the people and of their wives against their brethren, the Hebrews. For there were that said, we, our sons and our daughters are many. Therefore we take up corn for them, that we may eat and live. Some also there were that said, we have mortgaged our land. Here we is mortgaging our land to our own brothers. It says, vineyards and houses, that we might buy corn because of the drought or the dearth. There were also that said, we have borrowed money for the king's tribute, and that upon our lands and wine and vineyards. Yet now our flesh is as the flesh of our brethren, our children as their children. And lo, we bring into bondage our sons and our daughters to be servants to our own brothers. And some of our daughters are brought into bondage already. neither is it in our power to redeem them, for other men have our lands and vineyards. And I was very angry when I heard their cry in these words. Then I consulted with myself. I rebuked the nobles and rulers and said unto them, ye exact usury, and it's a law against that, ye exact usury, every one of his brother. And I set a great assembly against them. And I said unto them, we, after our ability, have redeemed our brethren, the Hebrews, which were sold into the heathen. And will ye even sell your brethren? Or shall they be sold into us? Then held they their peace and found nothing to answer, because they know they was dead wrong. It continues to tell us, also I said, it is not good that ye do. Are ye not to walk in the fear of our Elohim because of the reproach of the heathen, our enemies? I likewise, and my brethren, and my servants might exact of them money and corn. I pray you, let us leave off this usury. Restore, I pray you, and that's all Nehemiah did from the 3rd chapter to the 13th chapter. All he did was make reform. All he did was make restoration in the great land of Yehuda and in the great city of Jerusalem. Restore, I pray you, to them even this day their lands, their vineyards, their olive yards, and their houses, also the 100th part of the money and of the corn, the wine, and the oil that ye exact of them. Then said they, we will restore them. So they are admitting that they are dead wrong. And this is what Hananiah was complaining about. And will require nothing of them. So will we do as thy said. Then I called the priests and took an oath of them that they should do according to this promise. Also I shook my lap and said, so Elohim shake out every man from his house and from his labor that perform not this promise. Even thus be he shaken out and emptied. And all the congregation said, please take note, amen, and praise Yahweh. And the people did according to this promise. Moreover, from the time that I was appointed to be their governor in the land of Yehuda, not in the land of Persia, from the 20th year even into the 2 and 30th year of who? Artaxerxes, the king. That is 12 years, I and my brethren have not eaten the bread of the governor, because they was exacted usury upon the people. So he never did that mess. But the former governors that had been before me was changeable into the people. Chargeable into the people, and had taken of them bread and wine, besides 40 shekels of silver. Yea, even their servants bear rule over the people. But so did not I, because of the fear of Yahweh. It reads, moreover, there were at my table 150 of the Hebrews and rulers, besides those that came into us from among the heathen that were about us. Chapter 1, verse 9. Now that which was prepared for me daily was 1 ox, 6 choice sheep Also fowls were prepared for me, and once in 10 days store of all sort of wine. Yet for all this required not I the bread of the governor, because the bondage was heavy upon this people. And what is the bondage? The bondage that their brothers had them under. They had to give up their houses and everything, even their children. Think upon me, my Elohim, for good, according to all this reform. It reads, according to all that I have done for this people. The 7th chapter gives a record of genealogy of the people that returned. It allows us to know that it is identical to the same record of genealogy that we find in the book of Ezra. The 8th chapter is a chapter that witnesses. I was going to read all these chapters, but I'm just going to state them, read them on your own time, and see if your brother added or diminished out any word. The 8th chapter establishes when Ezra and Nehemiah went back into the city. We know that Ezra was a ready scribe, so we find in the 8th chapter this ready scribe, Ezra, the priest, teaching the law to the congregation of Israel, all the people that had the Spirit upon them to return back into the land of promise. And they confirmed this great covenant of the law. The 9th chapter speaks about the Israelites confessing their sins, their past sins that caused them to go into Babylon, and they give a history of Yahweh dealing with Abraham all the way to they coming up out of Babylon and messing up in the land of promise. That's what you find in the 9th chapter of Nehemiah. The 10th chapter, they continue to make oaths among one another to do the right thing, to continue to restore in the house of Yahweh, to continue to build the walls. That's what Nehemiah was going to do. He was going back to build the walls. The houses was being built under Ezra days. And then you find in the 11th chapter those that occupied the land of Jerusalem voluntarily. The 12th chapter, you find a genealogy and a list of the priests and the Levites. And then you find in the 27th verse of the 12th chapter of Nehemiah, Nehemiah dedicating the wall, because now the wall is established, and he also provided for the worship of this great dedication. And in closing of Nehemiah, I would love to pick up at the 13th chapter. And then we'll read a couple chapters of Esther, and we'll open up. It tells us in Nehemiah, the 13th chapter, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, a proof that the book of Nehemiah does not denote the Israelites being in captivity, even though some of the so-called great prophets, some of the so-called great teachers have taught that we were. It tells us in the 13th chapter, the very first verse, on that day they read in the book of Moses in the audience of the people, and therein was found written that the Amorites, the Moabites, should not come into the congregation of Elohim forever, because they met not the children of Israel with bread and with water, but hired Balaam against them, that he should curse them. Howbeit our Elohim turned the curse into a blessing. Now it came to pass, when they heard the law, that they separated from Israel all the mixed multitude, even the children. And before this, Elishma, the priest, having the oversight of the chambers of the house of our Elohim, was allied with Tobiah. And he had prepared for him a great chamber, where aforetime they laid the meat offerings and the frankincense. And Tobiah was one of the nations that it speak about that they had already sold their children to, because they had ruled in the land and before Nehemiah made this great reformation. It says, and he had prepared for him a great chamber, where aforetime they laid the meat offering, the frankincense, and the vessels, and the tithes of the corn, the new wine, and the oil, which was commanded to be given to the Levites, and the singers, and the porters, and the offerings of the priests. But in all this time was not I at Jerusalem. For in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes, king of Babylon, came I unto the king. And after certain days obtained I leave of the king. And I came to Jerusalem, and understood of the evil that Elishma did for Tobiah, in preparing him a chamber in the court of the house of Elohim. And it grieved me sore, therefore cast forth all the household stuff of Tobiah out of the chambers. Then I commanded, and they cleansed the chambers. And tighter brought I again the vessels of the house of Elohim, with the meat offerings and the frankincense. And I perceived that the portion of the Levites had not been given into them. For the Levites and the singers that did the work were fleed every one to his field. Then contend I with the rulers, and said, why is the house of our Elohim forsaken? And I gathered them together, and set them in their place. Then brought all Israel the tithes, note where the tithes was only paid, in your land, from your land. It reads, then brought all Yehudah the tithes of the corn, and the new wine, and the oil into the treasuries. And I made treasures over the treasuries. Shelemiah the priest, and Zadok the scribe, and of the Levite Pedadiah, and next to them was Hannah, the son of Zechar, the son of Mattaniah, for they were counted faithful, and their office was to distribute unto their brethren. Remember me, O my Elohim, concerning this, and wipe not out my good deeds that I have done for the house of my Elohim, and for the offices thereof. In those days saw I in Yehudah some treading wine presses on the Sabbath, and bringing in sheaves, and laying asses, which denote a burden, as also wine, grapes, and figs, and all manner of burdens, which they brought into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And I testified against them in the day wherein they sold victuals. There dwelt men of Tyre also therein, which brought fish and all manner of ware, and sold on the Sabbath into the children of Yehudah and in Jerusalem. Then I contended with the nobles of Yehudah, and said unto them, what evil thing is this that ye do, and profane the Sabbath day? Did not your fathers thus? Did not our Elohim bring this evil, all this evil upon us and upon this city? Yet we bring more wrath upon Israel by profaning the Sabbath. And it came to pass that when, and please take note, because this allows us to know how we keep the Sabbath, how the Sabbath was always supposed to be kept. And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Sabbath, I commanded that the gates should be shut, and charged that they should not be opened. until after the Sabbath. And some of my servants set I at the gate. That's the only way you're going to keep it. That there should no burden be brought in on the Sabbath day. And we know this truth. I didn't read it due to time restraint, but we know that we can find that same truth in the book of Jeremiah, the 22nd chapter. It tells us in the 20th verse, so the merchants and sellers of all kind of ware lodged without Jerusalem once or twice. Then I testified against them and said unto them, why lodge ye about the wall? If you do so again, I must execute the law. I must keep the Sabbath. For it says, I will lay hands on you. From that time forth came they no more on the Sabbath. And I commanded the Levites that they should cleanse themselves and that they should come and what? Keep the gates. To sanctify. When you read in Exodus 31 verse 13 and they talk about sanctify, this is what it means. And it ain't something that you say, it's something that you do. It reads, to sanctify the Sabbath day. Remember me, O my Elohim, concerning this also, and spare me according to the greatness of thy mercy. In those days also saw I Hebrews that had married wives, and that denoted what we found, even though we didn't read it, but I asked you to read it, that you find in Ezra chapter 9 and chapter 10. Thus, we're going to pick up here, verse 23. In those days also saw I Hebrews that had married wives of Ashdod, of Ammon, and of Moab. And their children speak half in the speech of Ashdod, and could not speak in the Hebrew language. That's why when you look at Nehemiah the 8th chapter, Ezra is speaking in the Hebrew language, and the Levites is the one that made it plain to them, meaning they transliterated the Hebrew into the Aramaic or whatever the language was of that day, and it was Aramaic. It continued to tell us, but according to the language of each people. And I contend with them, and cursed them, and smote certain of them, and plucked off their hair, and made them swear by Elohim, saying, you shall not give your daughters into their sons, nor take their daughters into your sons, or for yourselves. Did not Solomon, king of Israel, sin by these things? Yet among many nations was there no king like him, who was beloved of his Elohim. And Elohim made him king over all Israel. Nevertheless, even him did outlandish women cause to sin. Shall we then hearken into you to do all this great evil, to transgress against our Elohim, and marrying strange wives? And one of the sons of Yoadad, the son of Elishma, the high priest, was son-in-law of Sabbatta, the Horonite, which is another Canaanite. Therefore I chased him from me. Remember them, O my Elohim, because they have defiled the priesthood in the covenant of the priesthood and of the Levites. Thus cleansed I them from all strangers, and appointed the wards of the priests and the Levites, everyone in his business, and for the wood offering at time appointed, and for the first fruits. Remember me, Yahweh, for good. Because all that the brother just read was for the good of your people. And then we have Esther in closing. And let's pick up at the very first verse. And let's read to the third verse. And it reads, now it came to pass in the days of Ahasuerus. This is Ahasuerus, which reigned from India even to Ethiopia, over 127 provinces, that in those days, for there is a time and season for everything under the sun. So we're dealing with time and place. In this day, it says, in those days, when the king Ahasuerus sat on the throne of his kingdom, which was in Shushan the palace. Well, ain't that where Nehemiah was at? It says, and the 3rd year of his reign. This is his 3rd year reigning, and these things transpired. He made a feast, and to all his princesses and his servants, the power of Persia and Mede, the nobles and princes of the province being before him. So the first chapter is just talking about how he showed and celebrate all that Yahweh have given him and all this 127 province. The second chapter talks about how Esther is made his queen. And what we find in this time of him making Esther his queen, it tells us in the 4th verse of the 2nd chapter, and I'd like to read a few words that we find here. And it says, let the maidens which please the king be queen instead of Vesta. And the thing pleased the king, and he did so. Now in Shushan the palace, there was a certain Hebrew whose name was Mordecai, the son of Jared, the son of Shimei, the son of Cush, a Benjamite. And our brother Yamin spoke about and gave us some knowledge on this crisis that they was having by telling us that Haman was an old enemy of the Hebrews. And who he was really an enemy against is King Saul. For King Saul slew many of them. I mean, he killed a lot of them. So Haman was truly an enemy against Mordecai, especially knowing that Mordecai was a Benjamite. So was King Saul. So it tells us in the 6th verse, who had been carried away from Jerusalem, giving us a history of us leaving out of Jerusalem, going into Babylonian captivity and being saved out of it. It says, who had been carried away from Jerusalem with the captivity, which had been carried away with Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, whom Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, had carried away. And he brought up Hadassah, which is Esther. It says, that is Esther, his uncle's daughter, for she had neither father nor mother. So Hadassah was actually Mordecai's cousin. It reads, she had neither father nor mother, and the maid was fair and beautiful, whom Mordecai, when her father and mother were dead, took for his own daughter. But she was actually his cousin. So it talks about how the king, I just wanted to include that information that we just read, but the 2nd chapter talks about how they drafted women throughout his province, and the one that pleased him the most became his queen, and it was none other than Hadassah or Esther. And the reason why she pleased him the most, because you got to remember who is in charge of these things. And it is none other than your maker, the creator of the heaven and earth. And then the 3rd chapter, a plot is made against Mordecai. And it included all the Hebrews in the province of the Persians. Then the 5th chapter, or the 4th chapter, Mordecai asks his cousin to get help by way of the king. She applied by having a banquet, which is found in the 5th chapter. And in that banquet, she exposes the plot of Haman. The king honors Mordecai in the 6th chapter because Mordecai have also saved the king's life, because there were people that wanted to kill him, the king, and Mordecai revealed it to the king. So the king honored Mordecai. The 7th chapter, once the plot is made known, it allows us to know the evil man. The scripture told us at the beginning, they that bless Israel, or they that bless you, shall be blessed, and they that curse you shall be cursed. Well, this man cursed us, and this man, Haman, was hung, and his family, and his estate was given to Esther, and Esther gave it to her cousin Mordecai. And then the 8th chapter, and it allows us to know that these Hebrews was authorized to defend themselves. And if you look at how many people they killed, even the response that Esther gave to her husband, the king, I mean, in the thousands, he act like it wasn't nothing. Like, well, that's what you're supposed to do. So it lets us know they definitely wasn't in captivity. Sorry about that inconvenience. It kicked me off. I was speaking on the hanging of Haman that is found in the 7th chapter of Esther. And the 8th chapter, we were speaking on how the Hebrews was authorized to defend themselves. The 9th chapter speaks of the Hebrews destroying their enemies, and there was thousands of them. Please read these chapters that I am skipping over due to time restraint. But there was thousands of them being destroyed. And then we got what is known in the 9th chapter as the Feast of Prunes. As we confirm what is written, it tells us in these days, the 13th day of the month of Adar, and on the 14th day of the same rested day, and made it a day of feasting and gladness. But the Hebrews, I'm reading from the 9th chapter, the 18th verse, it says, but the Hebrews that were at Shinshan established or assembled together on the 13th day thereof, and on the 14th day thereof, and on the 15th day of the same. They rested and made it a day of fasting and gladness. Therefore, the Hebrews of the villages that dwelt in the unwalled towns made the 14th day of the month Adar a day of gladness and feasting, and a good day, and of sending portions one to another. And Mordecai wrote these things and sent letters into all the Hebrews that were in all the province of King Ahasuerus, both night and far, to establish this among them, that they should keep the 14th day of the month Adar and the 15th day of the same yearly, as the days wherein the Hebrews rested from their enemies, and the month which were turned into them from sorrow to joy, and from mourning into good day. And they should make them days of fasting and joy, or feasting, and joy, and of sending portions one to another and gifts to the poor. It tells us in the 27th verse, and I will read the 27th verse to the 10th chapter, the 3rd verse, and we will close on this note due to time restraint, and hopefully we can add some answer some questions and entertain some comments. Thus it tells us in the 9th chapter of Esther, the 27th verse, the Hebrews ordained and took upon them and upon their seed and upon all such as joined it themselves into them, so as it should not fail, that they would keep these 2 days according to their right. No, according to their right, and according to their appointed time every year. And that these days should be remembered and kept throughout every generation, every family, every province, and every city. And that these days of Purim should not fail from among the Hebrews, nor memorial of them perish from their seed. Then Esther the queen, the daughter of Abiel, and Mordecai the Hebrew wrote with all authority to confirm this second letter of Purim. And he sent the letter into all the Hebrews to the 127 province of the kingdom of Ahasuerus with words of peace and truth, to confirm these days of Purim in their time appointed, according as Mordecai the Hebrew and Esther the queen had enjoined them, and as they had decreed for themselves and for their seed the matter of the fasting and their cry. And the decree of Esther confirmed these matters of Purim, and it is written in the book of Esther. And the king Ahasuerus laid a tribute upon the land, upon the isles of the sea, and all the acts of his power and his might, and the declaration of the greatness of Mordecai, whereunto the king advanced him. Are they not written in the book of the chronicles of the kings of Mede and Persia? For Mordecai the Hebrew was next unto King Ahasuerus, and great among the Hebrews, and accepted of the multitude of his brethren, seeking the wealth of his people, and speaking peace to all his seed. So I will close on this note, the history of the Israelites after captivity, and open up for comments and questions. Based on your comments or your questions, I might be able to include the many other scriptures that I have on my notebook. But as of this time, due to time restraint, we will go ahead and open up for comments and questions. that will be the end of a history of Israel after captivity. Are there any comments or questions? Are there any comments or questions?
Praise God. Of course, I want to say amen.
Amen.
Every word is pure. Every word is beautiful. And I praise God for the opportunity to just hear the truth. Sit quietly and hear the truth. Because we win, praise God. In the end, it's all beautiful and perfect and happy and bright and everything that any of us would have wanted. God, just praise God.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Yes.
Hallelujah.
Praise God will allow you, Brother Samuel, to do what you're doing because it's amazing. It's wonderful.
Hallelujah. Praise the mighty Yahweh.
Praise
Great
God.
comment, very wisely spoken.
Hallelujah.
Praise God.
Is there any other comments or questions? Or rebuttal?
Am I on the phone? I think so. Shalom, Brother Samuel.
Shalom. Who are we speaking with?
Yeah, I'm like, am I on the phone?
All right.
It was a great teaching as usual, and I really believe that you really hit the nail on the head regarding whether or not they were in captivity. And it's always a delight, and it's always it's just a joy to be able to be on the call listening to Yah's word and not adding and taking away from.
Praise God.
Hallelujah. And that's very, very wisely spoken, because that's something we definitely can't do, nor do we want to do. We don't want to add, nor do we want to diminish aught of anything that Yahweh has said and done. And all we did is spend these hours reading what we find in our holy scriptures. And we, being the children of the Most High, we're going to witness these words. We're going to confirm them, and we're going to acknowledge them. And we're going to hope in every word. And we seen when our fathers hoped in those words, they was hoping and waiting to be saved. And they were saved. They were saved, and they was reestablished. They was brought back under the bond of the covenant. And it was all done for Yahweh's sake. There is no man on this earth that have more power than his maker. So every king that was used in these stories was under the will, under the spirit of our maker. He couldn't do nothing but what we read. I don't care what his name was.
Yeah, it's just, it's just so, to me, it's just so clear that we cannot do the things that our brothers and sisters think we can do. Just the mere fact that, I'm a witness to it. Going to a class, but prior to going to the class, the prior evening before the class, I would be pleading with Yah, please don't let me pollute your Sabbath. Please. And every time I went, I found that I was doing it. And it was grieving me so bad, I felt so defeated and so discouraged. It's so clear. The mere fact that we see all the abominable things that's going on in this country, and you can't put nobody to death. Try if you want to. You're going to jail.
Right.
Well, as you stated earlier, many of us find ourselves a bunch of hypocrites. In the book of Isaiah, Isaiah prophesies fear to surprise the hypocrite. So many times, as I was taught, and I still teach, when you point the finger at somebody, it's 4 of them pointing at you. So when we become the man in the mirror, we see that we ain't nothing but hypocrites. That's why we praying to Yahweh, please don't let me do this. Please don't let me be like that, because we know we are going among a bunch of hypocrites. Here we is, I know I ain't clean. I'm acting a certain way 2 or 3 hours in a class, and then when I get out of that class, I'm this defiled individual until next Saturday for 2 hours. That is not in the book.
Well, not even that. Not even, even when you're supposed to be in this holy class, it's a lot of nonsense and foolishness going on.
Absolutely. I'm including everything. I'm including I'm just saying the delusion that we be under those 2 or 3 hours in these classes. And then the delusion leave us soon we leave out that door. We know who we are. We know. If don't nobody tell us, we know. I've always looked at the mirror. When I was walking around with fringes and teaching people that we were under the covenant of the law, soliciting tithes and all that, I always looked at myself in the mirror. And the Almighty gave me the understanding, like, brother, son, you're not holy. You're not under my covenant. There's a time for everything. Confirm all that I said. And when I start confirming all that I said and start bringing that stuff to my teachers, I was getting character assassinated, ostracized, and everything under the sun. I was being called everything except the son of Elohim. Just for confirming that which we just read.
Hallelujah. Because the truth's not popular, like I always say.
Right. Thank you for that teaching. Thank you for making that clear. Hallelujah. And all praises to the Most High.
And who am I speaking to now?
Sister Deborah in Virginia.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. I got a quick question. When you read the scripture that said about, build houses and take wives and all, is that for this time as well?
No, that was the time of the 70-year captivity. But we can use that wisdom. You feel what I'm saying? We can use the wisdom. And the wisdom that we get out of that, every book got a message. So we can use the wisdom and apply that wisdom to ourselves. It's wise to marry a husband and a husband to marry a wife. That's wise. Then walking around here laying up with all these women and these men and having children out of wedlock and all that. That ain't wise. So it's wise to marry our sons and our daughters. It's wise for us to get married ourselves. It's wise to work. It's wise to pray for the peace of the city. For in its peace, ye shall have peace. So sure, we use those words according to wisdom, but we must confirm them according to time and place. And that was for our fathers that was in a 70-year captivity in Babylon.
Hallelujah.
Great question.
Excellent.
It's just like we teach, fear Yahweh and depart from evil. That is wise. We see that throughout the book of wisdom. We even seen it among the prophets. So it's wise to fear your Elohim. It's wise to do no evil, because Yahweh hates evil. He hates the wicked. So it's wise not to be wicked. I don't care where you at, in the land or out the land.
That's right. Hallelujah.
Very wisely spoken, sister. And I truly thank the Almighty for opening up your eyes that you can see. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Yeah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Is there any other comment or question?
Brother, this is Brother Eliakim. Shalom, shalom, everybody. Shalom to you, brother.
Shalom.
Shalom. I have a question. You know, this was the verse you just mentioned, or the comment you just made about we are to pray for the peace of the city. Is that wherever we're at, or is that just in Israel or in the land?
No, I would say wherever we at, because when that letter was sent from the land, it was sent to the captives in Babylon. And Jeremiah told them to pray for the city that they find themselves in. So I would say wherever city we in, pray for the peace of that city, because in the peace thereof, we should get peace. Well, if we don't get peace, what do we get? If the city was in an uproar right now and they wanted to kill all the niggas, what will we get out of that? Will we get peace or will we get death?
We get death.
We would get death. So let's pray for the peace of the city.
Hallelujah. So that's what I was making reference to
I like when you
a while
brought that
ago. Hallelujah. So that was what I meant when I said seek peace with all men a couple of sessions ago, that we ought to pray for the peace of the city. And I just said it in a different way by seeking peace with all men. I didn't mean, having anything to do with the wicked. You remember that comment I made a couple of weekends ago?
Absolutely.
That's what I was referring to, what you just brought up. I just couldn't bring it up. And hallelujah to his glory. That's great.
Praise Yahweh.
Hallelujah.
Very wisely spoken, bro. Is there any other comments or questions? What do y'all think about the history? Could you see it better? Because a lot of the things that I brought out, we read on a daily, but we wasn't connecting the dots. Do y'all see the history a little better?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because a lot of those chapters and verses we read, but we wasn't connecting the dots. And most times we was applying it to ourselves. That's why we couldn't connect the dots. And based on our bad teachings, because as I stated, and I am a witness, that many of our brothers taught us that a lot of those scriptures that I brought out, we were in captivity. But the scripture says otherwise. By way of the kings, by way of the prophets, by way of the chronicles, and by way of the history. It says otherwise than what our brothers taught us. And it was much more that I wanted to bring out. I just couldn't do it. I had so many chapters and verses we was going to go and Daniel and teach on and all that. Oh, man, because it take us all the way to the Greeks. The Bible talks about the Greeks.
Right. Yes.
I wanted to show there's 4 beasts. One of the beasts was Babylon. One of the beasts was Persia. One of the beasts was Greece, and one of the beasts was Rome. So I wanted to show who we would have been under. But Yahweh controlled all those kingdoms.
Yeah.
They couldn't do no more than what Yahweh allowed.
Go ahead.
And if I would have read, and I'm sorry that I couldn't, I might try to start another presentation with this end, because it allows us to know and understand Daniel 12 so great. Once you really know who the people was at the time. Today we're in America, where we're teaching that Daniel 12 is talking about the last days. Well, the last days of Daniel was dealing with the Greeks.
Hallelujah.
Part 2.
Not no Americans.
Right.
Please, sequel, please.
So it was so much that I wanted to bring out, but I guess due to time restraint and Yahweh will, this is where I dropped off, right there.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. We need more teaching like this. Elders. We got to get that understanding.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely, brothers and sisters. But I was trying my best. Like I said, I didn't get into Daniel, but I was trying my best to include everything I got on my paper. I was trying, but I couldn't. Due to time restraint, and I know a lot of y'all like to make your comments and ask questions, so I wanted to make sure I allow that, because we solicit that every week. We solicit comments and questions. So I wanted to make sure we at least get that on the recording, your comments and your beautiful questions.
So yeah.
But like I said, I still was able to direct you to particular chapters and verses. And in your spare time, read Daniel all over again and see if you can get the Persians. What chapters is talking about the Persians? What chapters is talking about the Greeks?
Yes.
See if you can find it. See if the Almighty open up your eyes and let you see that.
He will.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will. He know you seeking him for real. You seeking him with your whole heart. In darkness. In darkness.
Absolutely. He has. He heard it today.
And these words always been in our book. It ain't something I conjured up. They sitting right before our face. We just don't understand it because we have not been taught properly. And the only way we're going to be taught properly is the Almighty put the Spirit on that man or those people to get it properly. Other than that, you're going to get it like you've been getting it. We got people been teaching this doctrine for over 100 years, and it's been wrong for 100 years.
They rush you, Pastor. Brother Shemuel. They don't give you time, like the scriptures say, to reflect. You inundated with a whole bunch of this and a whole bunch of that, because I was never, since I was 7, it was 7 actually, I could never join a church. I could never join a group. He wouldn't let me. It felt like I was signing up for something, but he wouldn't let me. And then it led me to where, just like you said, I just started crying out and asking him to guide me, and he does. And he is the one that causes our paths to cross, because I cried out and said, I need one of your servants who can help me with the organization of what you're showing me. And then I met you, and and I've been ostracized from Israelite groups because I don't fit in, and I'm not ashamed to stand up and say it. I say it right in the congregation. I get laughed at. It's all good. It made me stronger, trusting in him. And then I met you, and that was when I knew, without a doubt, from the things you were saying, it was lining up from what he was showing me in the scriptures. I might not be able to I'm not impressed myself. That's not my calling to call out scriptures and things like that, but it's in my spirit, it's in my soul. I know it's written. That's all I can say. But you helped me to index things. And you bring up a lot of things that he's shown me, which has given me great peace. So, you are absolutely right. And the brothers and sisters here listening tonight are absolutely right. It brings Yah's mercy, his grace is on us right now. And through this gathering that you have to present these presentations is definitely a sign. I don't even wonder anymore. I just say, well, it's Yah's will. You know what I mean? So I just leave it in his hands. That's it. Allow Yah.
And I absolutely agree with you. I think I had the same spirit on me when I was a little boy, all the way till I became a man. I was not walking around talking about I was a Christian. I cannot recall going to no church or none of those things. I got my calling coming out of penitentiary. So when I started in the book, I didn't have a lot of Christianity to shake off. I had a lot of foolishness to shake off and realize that I was a son of the Most High. And that's where my search began.
Allow Yah. That's it.
Right in the church. It was the penitentiary.
Yeah.
I was let out the prison house to declare these beautiful words to my brothers and sisters.
Allow Yah. Call us from everywhere. He got us all over the place. Allow Yah.
There any other comments or questions? I thank you. I thank each and every one of you for lending an ear that you may hear, that you may fear Yahweh and depart from you. I thank each and every one of you.
Allow Yah, Shabbat, Shalom.
I know I appreciate it. I tell you.
Yes. Yes.
Is there any other comments or questions?
I'm going to do what I know is best for my situation because I rant because of the strokes. I rant, so I keep going and going. Yahweh has made me know I need to stop. There's a point at which I need to stop, so I'm going to do that after this question. Here we are about to go into what they call holidays. That includes Thanksgiving, where families coming together and they don't want to hear about Yah. If I go to something I'm invited to, I will feel so wrong to sit with family members and not try and say something to those that I haven't said it to before about Yah. But I know that's not welcome. I'll be bringing down the spirit of happiness that the young people that haven't heard from me, definitely, of Yah. Just me being there and them knowing that I don't celebrate anything having to do with Jesus. I don't. And I got that from Elkanah. Yes, from Elkanah. Because that's where I was. I came straight out of the church, preaching, singing, doing everything in the church to Atlanta and to that congregation. So I love them. And much of what I heard is what taught me to recognize from what we're reading now and knowing is the truth as to time and place and space. So I'm so happy for all that. But here we are at Thanksgiving, and my mom is the only one who has invited me. But she lives with my brother who's a deacon now. His life has changed totally to Christianity. It's only Christianity. And I've been told not to speak of Yah in his house. So when I go there, I have to be very careful and about Yah. But I've already told them. They know from me. So I wouldn't talk to them about the truth. But I would feel like I should. I'm here with people who haven't heard it from me. But I'm sitting here and I'm making my mom happy because I came. She's the one invited me. And she knows that she gets the strongest prayer for her soul through me in this family. If I am right, she needs the prayers that I offer to Yahweh for her. But I'm not going. I told my mom, no, I can't come because as soon as I walk in, I'm taking everybody's happiness away. Even though they don't need that happiness, they shouldn't be happy. But just me coming is a problem for everybody, so I won't be coming. Now I'm thinking, is that selfishness? If it would have increased the joy that my mom thinks she's having, if I were there, me deciding, no, I'm not coming. And I told them it's about the food because I'll have to turn away food and I'll have to do things that I know to be true. So I'd rather not go. And my mom seemed to understand. she did seem to, but then now I'm thinking, is that for her or is that for me? In other words, the selfishness, I know that for me, I worry about pride. Pride makes me want to walk like I used to walk, but now I walk with a limp because I can't. God doesn't want me walking with that head held high, with the twinkling of my earrings and things like. I guess those things that I know are wrong that I see in me, including, even though I've taken off the the fringes, I've taken them off and I don't wear them, and I won't put them back on because for me it's wrong. So, but today I heard, this is what I'm trying to get to in this ring. I listened to
He's always about that.
That nobody will debate him, and I know you told me.
That's a lie.
You would have. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie.
Well, we already extended our hand several times, and we just did it again by way of Facebook. And I understand what you're saying, sister, about your mother and about these folly days that's coming up.
Yeah.
Well, my mother is 91 years old, and just recently, a couple of years ago, she admitted to me that she was wrong. She admitted that she didn't know. She admitted that just like you, just like her, especially being in the old school, they did, and they was taught what their granddaddies and all them was teaching and doing. So if you was raised in that way, so be it. That's how you was raised. But the Almighty give one understanding. It is Yahweh that give wisdom. So he even gave my mama, even though she considered herself a diehard Christian, she had the knowledge to admit to her own son that she was wrong, that she didn't know no better. So a lot of us are suffering these trials and tribulations. A lot of us don't know no better. A lot of us is going to participate in these folly days because they don't know no better. But the words of wisdom tells us all the days of the affliction are evil. So we find ourselves in an evil time. And as I said, if they won't treat you right, they won't teach you right. So you're going to be taught wrong in this evil time. It says, but he that is of a merry heart have a continual feast. Better is little. It's better off to be at home by yourself than to go to your cousins, your uncles, your nieces, your aunts, even your mama house to celebrate some foolishness. Then it is better to be in your own house. For it tells us in Proverbs 15, verse 16, better is little with the fear of Yahweh than great treasures and trouble therewith. And that same way with the meal. I'd rather have a bowl of soup than sit around my brothers and sisters eating a big old bird.
Hallelujah.
It also says, better is a dinner of herbs, where love is, than a stalled ox and hatred therewith. And like you said, sister, you could go in those places, but they're going to hate you. They're not going to like what you said. What the Almighty said is better to stay home.
Yeah.
Stay home.
Hallelujah. Absolutely.
We all under trials and tribulations. We just ain't under the same trials and tribulations. But ain't none of us going unpunished. So we beg for his mercy while we are living on this earth. And we hope that we become that generation that will not lie.
Allow Yah. Allow Yah Shabbat. Yes.
Is there any other comments or questions? Very wisely spoken, sister. I know exactly what you're saying. Even though you couldn't get it all the way out, I know exactly what you're saying. Is there any other comments or questions?
Yep, I got one more thing to say, and I know you got to go. But in regards to this election that took place, I've been what can I call it? I don't even know what to say. A so-called friend of mine called me up, and she pretty much told me that she don't know how to look at me no more, and she thinks she's not going to talk to me anymore because I didn't vote for Camilla. And I said to her, well, let me tell you something. I'm not voting for nobody but Yah, okay? And I said, and furthermore, if a person's not standing for what Yah stands for, absolutely not. If I even was to vote, I most certainly wouldn't be voting for them because I'm not voting for the LGBTQ. I'm not voting for teaching our children porn in school. I'm not voting for the murder of children and all the other things that they are for that is totally against Yah's word. So I deleted her phone number, I blocked her, and I'm done.
That's how you got to do it.
Have mercy, sis.
Yeah, I understand, sister, and sometimes it might take that. I try to always leave the door open in case they want to return because our people is like a revolving door. We in and out, in and out. So I try to leave the door cracked. I might not have it wide open once they keep talking all that foolishness, but I'll leave it cracked just in case you want to return back to your maker.
Well, it's definitely cracked because you know the cell phones, you can block them, but they can always leave you a message.
That is a crack.
Yeah, exactly.
But I truly understand what you're saying, and like you already answered the sister. You boldly told her that you vote for Yahweh. You know, you mean you're gonna choose me as a friend based on what I choose to eat me up? It's no different like I'm choosing the alligator over the shark. Both of them gonna eat me up. One of them might eat me up quicker, but they both gonna eat me.
Right.
So I'm not voting for none of that mess. But I'm going to live through it, and I'm going to pray for the peace of the city. Whoever ruling the city, whoever ruling the country, I'm going to pray for the peace of it. Even if I voted for the woman, I'm still going to pray for the peace of it because she ain't establishing, she ain't ruling this country under the Almighty Covenant. So whatever she's coming with is still part of this system. She's not going to override this system, nor is that white boy. He going to get 4 years or 8 years, and then we're going to have another election. And I think it's been how many presidents? About 46 or something like that. So it's been over 46 elections.
It'll be 47. Yeah.
So now we're gonna argue and defriend people just because of how I acted during this particular election. You didn't get mad at me 4 or 5 elections ago. Why are you getting mad at me now?
Exactly. That's that propaganda.
Yeah, it's propaganda.
And people don't do their own research. That's how propaganda works.
Absolutely. But it sounds like you gave the right answer, sister. There's nothing for you to worry about. All you do is keep on praying. Pray for the sister. Don't give up on her. Pray for her.
Yeah. And on that note, I'd like to add Numbers chapter 22.
Go ahead and read it.
Okay. I really would. Okay, I'm gonna start. And the lesson is, I'm gonna stop where the lesson at, so it won't be the whole thing, if y'all don't mind. Otherwise, just tell me to keep going.
Just read what you want to present, bro. Read what you want to present. Go ahead, bro.
And the children of Israel sat forward and pitched in the plains of Moab on this side of the Jordan by Jericho. And Balak, the son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites. And Moab was sore afraid of the people because there were many. And Moab was distressed because of the children of Israel. And Moab said unto the elders of Midian, now shall this company lick up all that are round about us, meaning eat it up, as the ox licketh up the grass of the field. And Balak, the son of Zippor, was king of the Moabites at that time. He sent messengers, therefore, unto Balaam, the son of Beor, to Pethor, which is by the river of the land of the children of his people, to call him, saying, behold, there is a people come out from Egypt. Behold, they cover the face of the earth like a swarm of grasshoppers, and they abide over against me. Come now, therefore, I pray thee, and curse them for me, for they are too mighty for me. Peradventure I shall prevail, that we may smite them, and that I may drive them out of the land. For I want that he whom thou blessest is blessed, and he whom thou cursest is cursed. And the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the rewards of divination in their hand. And they came unto Balaam and spake unto him the words of Balak. And he said unto them, lodge here this night, and I will bring you word from Yahweh, and see what Yahweh shall speak unto me. And the princes of Moab abode with Balaam. And Yahweh came unto Balaam, and said, what men are these with thee? And Balaam said unto Yahweh, it's Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab, has sent unto me, saying, behold, there is a people come out of Egypt, which covereth the face of the earth. Come now, curse me, or curse them for me. Peradventure I shall be able to overcome them, and drive them out. And Yah said unto Balaam, thou shalt not go with them. Thou shalt not curse the people, for they are blessed. And Balaam rose up in the morning and said unto the princes of Balak, get ye into your land, for Yah refuses to give me leave to go with you. Now pay attention to that. Mm-hmm. And the princes of Moab rose up, and they went unto Balak and said, Balaam refuses to come with us. And Balak sent again more princes, and more honorable than the first group. And they came to Balaam and said unto him, thus saith Balak, the son of Zippor, let nothing, I pray thee, hinder thee from coming unto me, for I will promote thee unto very great honor, and I will do whatsoever thou sayest unto me. Come, therefore, I pray thee, curse me this people, or curse this people for me. And Balaam answered and said unto the servants of Balak, if Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the word of Yah, my Creator, to do less or more. Now, therefore, I pray you, tarry ye also here this night, that I may know what Yah will say unto me more. Now, this point, I want to make a little brief comment right here. This is where Balaam messed up. Yah had already spoken. And he wanted, because a man going to send a nice thing and give him an extra condition, he was weak at this point. And that's my observation. So 20 begins with, and Yah came unto Balaam at night. And this is the scary thing about Yah. To me, this is what terrifies me about Yah. And I've seen it in other verses in the scriptures of his character. And it says, and Yah came unto Balaam at night and said unto him, if the men come to call thee, rise up and go with them. But yet the word which I shall say unto thee, that shalt thou do. Balaam rose up in the morning and saddled his ass and went with the princes of Moab. And Yah's anger was kindled because he went. And I remember, this is the point. And an angel, or not an angel, the angel of Yah stood in the way as an adversary against him. Now he was riding upon his ass, and we know the rest of the story, and his two servants were with him. And the ass saw the angel of Yah standing in the way, and his sword was drawn in his hand. And the ass turned aside out of the way and went into the field, and Balaam smote the ass to turn her into the way. But the angel of Yah stood in the path of the vineyards. Now, we know that the whole story is that he ends up talking to the ass, and the ass tell him why and stuff like this. But the scary part that I read before in another scripture, I can't think of it right now with this one, but it goes with this because it emphasizes when Yah tells you something, he ain't got to say it more than once. There's no need to go back looking for another response. He's not a man that he needs to correct himself, improve on what he said, or anything like that. That is why Balaam ran into this problem with the angel, because he has angels. I mean, I might be, I shouldn't add this to it, but it appears that there are angels. I remember reading where the Creator sent someone to do something. He told him, but if you do this, you got to do it right when you're before those angels, because they don't bend.
Yeah, that was in Exodus. That was told to Moses, isn't it?
Yes, that you cannot, because they will get you. And so this is sort of like the same thing. And I just wanted to say to the sister, there was another incident where a prophet, he was young, and he went off to do something that Yah had sent him to do, but Yah had told him, he said, listen, when you go, come straight back. Don't go nowhere. Don't stay nowhere. Don't stop nowhere. Don't do nothing. Just come straight back. And he met an old prophet, and the old prophet convinced him to do what Yah say, do what I tell you to do. But he didn't do it. He listened to the old man. He resisted for a little while, but the old man broke him down. That was his test. We always come out better. We're going to always come out better when we do what Yah say do. So absolutely. A lot of times our emotions get involved. That's a part of it. But you will get stronger every time you take a step in the direction of Yah and accomplish what you know you should have done, whether you like it or not, whether it's difficult for you or not, because you have loved ones. But don't think that that's the end of your loved ones because you didn't get a chance to say something, because Yah have people out here to cross their path. He knows your heart. He knows all our hearts. And while we in this mess that we are in, scattered all over the world, especially here in America, that's one of the beautiful things about the message that Brother Shemuel brings, because I don't hear nobody else talking like this. But anyway, I just wanted to end it with that.
Hallelujah.
That's helpful.
Hallelujah. And that was very wisely spoken. And the last reference that you gave is found in 1 Kings, the 13th chapter, when he told the man not to return, to anybody's house, don't eat nothing and all that. But the old man told him that I was a prophet too. So he hearkened to the prophet, and he died because he hearkened to the prophet and not the words of Yah. And when you brought up Numbers, I thought that was beautiful because it goes with the whole presentation dealing with kings. It allows us to know that Yahweh is in charge. These men can't do nothing. The Almighty said, why fear man that wither away like grass? He going to die. Don't fear him. Don't fear his words. Listen to what I said and do it. And that was beautiful. Beautiful.
And just to end it on your last comment, I just ran across a group of Christians and a couple of Israelite brothers. They call themselves Messianics, and we all know each other, and they were all distraught when I told them I don't follow Jesus no more, or Yeshua, whatever they call him, because I told them. They say, well, who do you follow? I say, Yah. He is Shua, meaning he is the Savior. There is no other Savior but Yah. So they fell apart on that, but I told them, here's my thing, and you brought it up, brother, just now. They said, you need Jesus, or you need this, that, and the other. And I said, I don't need nobody that can die.
Absolutely.
Because the Creator told me that that's one thing that man can do, and that separates him from anybody named Jesus or anybody else talking about he had to die. When I heard Brother Elisha say this, and I don't know how accurate it is, my brother Shemuel and audience, but I heard him say, Yah said, and I don't know that Yah said it, because I think I read, and my Bible didn't read where Yah said he was saying it the way Brother Elisha did, but he said, Yah said it never crossed his mind that the righteous should die for the wicked. That statement is correct on the righteous not dying for the wicked in my observation, but I might need some tweaking on the whole thing from what I remember Brother Elisha saying, but it gets to the point that the Creator ain't going to be a man. He got to come through a womb, blood, or any of that stuff where he's affected by any of these things. He do what he want to do, and every time I read about him stepping down on the earth, it was fire and smoke, So I just wanted to share that as a extra thing on the parts about how our brothers and sisters try to belittle people and make us feel good. And he's made me stronger in dealing with my brothers and sisters. I got a new respect around these brothers. Most of them stay away from me now, but it's all good because I don't hate them, and the door is open. My mom always taught me, always leave people a way out or a way in. So but you stand strong, and you just tell them, and then you leave the door open for them to find a way out. Even if you catch them in a lie, give them a way out, because we all deserve. It's like what Yah said. The reason why the Amorites and the Moabites are forever locked out is because when Israel needed bread, they didn't give it. So they brought that on themselves. And I see leaving a way out, leaving a door open or cracked, because I found that was the only solace I got out of dealing with my younger brothers and sisters the same way, and the people that I loved, was I had to leave the door open. I just say, okay, that's the way it is. And they would usually hang up on me or, try to act like I was crazy or what I'm talking about is unbearable. You ain't perfect and all that. And I can understand where some of that was coming from, because I might have came across like that because I was in Christianity after all, or I was in the Messianics after all, wearing the tassels and all that stuff. And then I had a wonderful experience in the wherever we was worshiping, the assembly or whatever they called it, and I've been set free ever since. But I just could never join any of those things, and they would always be trying to get me on it, offer me ministerships and all that kind of stuff, and I just wasn't interested. And all I want is the truth, and this is I've never been able to tell anybody what I told Brother Shemuel a couple of years ago when I told him I was totally 100%, 110% sure that I'm where I need to be. And that's what I wanted to share with y'all, because this brother is helping me, very knowledgeable, and he can refer to scriptures, and that's what I need. I needed that because these other brothers out here, they throwing things around and, for glory, for self-vanity and all that kind of stuff. I'm not interested in that. I just tell people, look, it's in there. It's in the book of this or the book of that, the book of Numbers. You got to read it and find out. If you're interested, you will. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. And that was very wisely spoken. And I would just like to include in closing what you said about your brothers and your sisters. What I find real funny about our brothers and our sisters, they want to keep telling us what the brothers and sisters said. They want to keep telling us what Yahweh creation said. But don't nobody want to know what the Father said. They say Jesus is a certain agent for the Father. Well, let's drop all the agents. Let's drop all what the brothers and sisters' opinions, and let's search and seek what our Father said. The Almighty said, if I'm the Father, where is my honor? Honor me. We don't need that. I don't want to keep on fussing with my brother. I don't want to keep hearing what my brother and sister said. I want to know what Dad said before he left. We all in the same house. We all call ourselves brothers and sisters. I'm tired of my big brother or my little brother telling me what the Father said. I want to go into the book and find out what the Father said. Or if you are a brother or sister that know what the Father said, tell us what the Father said. We don't want to care. We don't care about what his son said. We don't care about what his daughter said. We want to know what the Father said.
That's it. Oh, yeah. That's it, brother. That's it. Toda.
It is now 11 o'clock, 10 after 11. We're going to go ahead and close this great presentation, which was called The History of the Israelites After Captivity. And I would love to close this presentation with Psalms 22. Psalms 22 in closing.
Oh, yeah.
And I will read this for us all. And it tells us in Psalms 22, Our Elohim, why hast thou forsaken us? Why art thou so far from helping us and from the words of our roaring? Our Elohim, our Elohim, we cry in the daytime, but thou hearest not, and in the night season, and am not silent. But thou art holy. Let me get my magnifying glass. It says, but thou art holy, O thou that inhabits the praises of Israel. Our fathers trust in thee. They trusted, and thou did deliver them. They cried unto thee, and were delivered. They trust in thee, and were not confounded. But we am a worm, and no man, a reproach of men, please take note, and despised of the people, because you trust in Yahweh. All they that see us laugh us to scorn. Yes. They shoot out the lip. They shake the head, saying, they trusted on Yahweh, that he would deliver them. Let him deliver them, seeing they delight in him. But thou art he that took us out of the womb. Thou did make us hope when we was upon our mother's breasts. We was cast upon thee from the womb. Thou art our Elohim from our mother's belly. Be not far from us, for trouble is near, for there is none to help. Many bulls have compassed us. Strong bulls of Bashan have beset them around, or beset us around. They gaped upon us with their mouths, as a raving and a roaring lion. We are poured out like water, and all our bones are out of joint. Our heart is like wax. It is melted in the midst of our bowels. Our strength is dried up like a potsherd, and our tongue cleaved into our jaws. And thou hast brought us into the dust of death, for dogs have compassed us. The assembly of the wicked have enclosed us. They pierced our hands and our feet. We may tell all our bones. They look and stare upon us. They part our garments among them and cast lots upon our vesture. But be not thy far from us, O Yahweh, O our strength. Haste thee to help us. Deliver our souls from the sword, our darlings from the power of the dog. Save us from the lion's mouth, for thou hast heard us from the horn of the unicorns. We will declare thy name unto our brethren. In the midst of the congregation will we praise thee. Ye that fear Yahweh, praise him. All you, the seed of Jacob, glorify him, and fear him, all you, the seed of Israel. For he hath not despised, nor abhorred the affliction of the afflicted, neither he hid his face from us. But when we cried unto him, he heard. Our praises shall be of thee in the great congregation. We will pay our vows before them that fear him. The meek shall eat and be satisfied. They shall praise Yahweh that seek him. Your hearts shall live forever. All the ends of the world shall remember and turn into Yahweh, and all the kindreds of the nations shall worship before thee. For the kingdom is Yahweh's, and he is the governor among the nations. All they that be fat upon earth shall eat and worship. All they that go down to the dust shall bow before him, and none can keep alive his own soul. A seed shall serve him. It shall be accounted to Yahweh for a generation. They shall come and shall declare his righteousness as we do each and every week, and to a people that shall be born, that he have done this. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel.
Shalom. Hallelujah.
Good night.
Shalom, family. Great night. Shalom.
Praise him.
Amen.
Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.